No, I'm starting.
Is the first lady here?
The French lady, there's only one person, Marley. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are going to start with a presentation of a proclamation this morning. I'm glad to see our representatives here for the presentation that we'll have during the special order of business relative to the Donald Harrison Senior Museum. But I do want to ask Marley Marsalis to come forward to just have a seat for a second right here. And come on up with her, Mom. Right here. Because I'm starting early, so we have enough time for you to sit there. Technically, I should be on that side, but nobody really follows that rule. All right. Folks who are here today and those who are watching us on television, Marley Marsalis, a student at Cabrini High School who's already been admitted to Tulane University, is the maid of honor of the Joan d'Arc parade and crew. All right. I guess that's good. The crew. But I'm just so pleased to have her here today, and I'm going to introduce her in a second. But the crew, I want to give you some background information. The crew, the Jeanne d'Arc, which is the crew of Joan of Arc, parades annually on January the 6th. So that's this Saturday in New Orleans in honor of the birthday of Joan of Arc. And throughout the year, they work to promote Joan of Arc as the city's French cultural heritage. Each year, the crew of Jeanne d'Arc selects 3 community leaders to portray 3 featured characters in the parade. The 2022 crew, the Jeanne d'Arc royalty, is as follows. Our maid of honor, who is here today, Marley Marsalis, Queen Yolanda of Aragon, Hannah Krieger Benson from the Music and Culture Coalition of New Orleans, and then King Charles VII is Louis Michaud, a Louisiana French musician. This year, the crew de Jeanne d'Arc will be hosting and celebrating crew members from the city of Orleans, from which our city gets its namesake, which is very interesting because Marley Marsalis lived in Orleans for a while. And so she is really imbued with the culture of France and also the culture of that particular city. It's quite a coincidence that she lived there, of all the cities that she could have lived in France. A lot of people don't know of the great things that are going on in our city. This year, the representatives will be touring the city from January the 4th through 9th. So they came in town today, in addition to their participation in the parade. The Jeanne d'Arc 2023 of Orleans, Ms. Clavi Kane, will be leading the group. She is from Orleans. The delegation includes the president of the Orleans Joan d'Arc Association, Madame Benedict Belanger, who represented Joan of Arc in 1975. So you'll learn a little bit more if you come out to the parade on Saturday, which is a walking crew for the most part. It starts at 7 o'clock in the French Quarter. I want to encourage everybody to come by and to celebrate. But again, today we honor Marley Marsalis, who is a great student, who is a great musician, and she is going to be in the parade, but she is the maid of honor. So congratulations. Let's give Marley a round of applause. And Marley, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you this, but just introduce yourself for just a second to those who are watching and to those who are present with us today.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
My name is Marley Marsalis. And I guess as you heard in that introduction, I currently attend Cabrini High School. This is my senior year, so I'm very grateful that things have been going very well.
Right.
Very happy to be attending Tulane. I will be majoring in music performance and French and minoring in business. And I'm, very blessed to be representing Joan of Arc for the parade. I lived in France for 2 years and I attended the parade while I was in Orleans. And so I really wanted to be a part of the organization. And little did I know that that was actually going to be happening. So, and I'm of course very happy to be receiving a proclamation this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're honored to have you here today. And next to you is your mother. Mother, would you like to say anything for a second?
I'm just very proud of my daughter. We moved to Orleans for 2 years. We received a cultural grant, a cultural visa. So we were able to go because my kids and my husband, they do play music. And that is actually how Marley learned French. And upon returning to the city, she attended Audubon and in their French program. And she went on to become president of the French Honor Society at Cabrini. So this has definitely been a long labor of love. And I'm very proud of Marley. And I want to say thank you for honoring her today.
Thank you.
So much talent we have in our city amongst our young people, and you all know that you hear me say that as a consistent theme, and Marley Marsalis is a good example of that talent. Again, here we are in January, already accepted into college, already deciding where she wants to go, and look, focused on New Orleans, staying right here in New Orleans. And yes, you do recognize that, yes. Yes. And you do recognize that last name of family of history, a family of great musicians in our city, the Marsalis family, and she is continuing an incredible legacy. So we're just so pleased. I want to be redundant and announce to everyone here that on Saturday at 7 o'clock p.m., come down to the French Quarter. The weather should be good, and you'll see not only Marley and not only the representatives from Orleans, but also local students and local citizens who are proud of the heritage of Joan of Arc, but also just proud to be New Orleanians. And so I'm just so honored to have the opportunity to recognize you today. We're going to take a photo up front. I'm going to ask Lisa Alexis, our cultural ambassador, if you will, for the Cantrell administration, to come forward, and if she would like to greet Ms. Marsalis, and then we're going to take a photo. Ms. Alexis. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You want to let your phone out?
Marley, Marley. I can want to present that to you on Saturday, on this evening too. So I'm gonna hope.
Still haven't gotten our table back.
And we not. I said, why these chairs here, that should go down. See, they did that for the, what you call them, military day, and they never changed them back.
Oh, blue chair?
Yeah, because those chairs should be up here.
Good morning. If I could get everyone's attention so we can get started. I'm not trying to use my sexy voice. This is my strained voice. If we could get the members of the Youth Mentoring Collaborative to come up, please. The members of the Youth Mentoring Collaborative. If I could have one of my assistants here to hold these while but she's there on the spot. Could you? The guys, if y'all could come here, please. Today we're gonna honor, some of the organizations that are involved in mentoring. That's our focus. If you look at the Webster's definition of mentoring, Greg Radler, the definition is faithful counselor or coach. That's part of Webster's definition. What you guys represent, Sonny, is the part that says faithful. Because there are a lot of people who are role models. They'll walk down the runway, they'll go to a school, they'll make a presentation, and the kid will never see him again. But a faithful mentor, a faithful counselor, or coach starts in that kid's life, goes through that kid's life, and works hard to make sure that the bond and the relationship continues. So you guys, I think, represent the very best. This first proclamation is for the entire mentoring collaborative. It says, in recognition of National Mentoring Month, thank all of you for your dedication and your service to the youth of New Orleans. So this is for the entire collaborative. This proclamation, and we have all the formalities, whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food festivals and famous citizens, whereas the council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be it proclaimed that we recognize Reaching for the Stars in recognition for their work with the collaborative, National Mentoring Month, and for Brian, my nephew, God bless him, man. He a young man. He was one of the stars of hurricane season with Forrest Whitaker after Hurricane Katrina. That chronicled the team that won the state championship in the midst of kids not having any place to stay, not knowing if the city would ever come back. But the teamwork and working together actually won them a state championship. And Brian, thank you for taking that resolve and taking that effort and giving back to the young people of the city for Reaching for the Stars. Let's give him a hand. And this is for 100 Black men. They stopped at 100, but it's a whole lot more than that. I tell folks, man, the last time we met with a group of brothers, we had over 130 men, and men are starting to step up, man. And men are starting to say, hey, our women have worked hard, but it's time for us to gain our rightful role. And this brother represents the very best, I think, in humanity, not just as a businessman, as a professional, but someone who looks at helping our kids as an opportunity. So for 100 Black men of Metro New Orleans, in recognition to the Collaborative's National Mentoring Month, thank you for all that you do and all of your dedication to our kids. Okay, come stand up, guys, so y'all can get this in the background. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think this next young man is starting to set the standard for what it means not only to mentor, but what it means to work with other men and women who also want to mentor. Sonny, I think when you look at what you guys are doing with this group and what you guys have done individually, if we want to fix New Orleans, if we want to fix this state, if we want to fix this nation and this world, I think you guys are setting the example. And so for Son of a Saint, in recognition to CCMC's National Mentoring Month, thank you guys and your organization for everything that y'all do. And he may not be a silverback yet, but he works with old heads like us. Greg Rattler, one of the finest young men that God ever put on this earth. And I love what you do for Silverbacks because sometimes when we reach a certain age, and sometimes when we've done all the work, we think that work is done. But the work to help our kids and uplift our kids is so important that Brian Gregg constantly reminds us that, no, we really can't afford to have anybody sitting on the sidelines. So whether you're all black or brown, or your hair is all intact, or whether you're missing some spots and got a little gray going down your back. How you like that? That rhyme, no. Greg says everybody needs to be in the game. Greg Rattler in the Silverback Society. Councilman Green, Councilman King. You know, it's not very often that we especially we recognize black men. And as a matter of fact, today, the assault on black men and boys is so real that they've created a stereotype in many cases that we don't even exist. So some people may not honor the contributions of men and black men, but they are young men and men like the men here that are doing everything they can to help their society, to help our women, help our children, and help our communities. And though some have called us a missing piece, we don't ever want to see a museum display one day where people walk by that display and some family can say, "Mommy, what is that?" "Oh, that's a black man. They used to be everywhere." Well, we're going to make sure that day never happens by making sure not only that the brothers are represented, but that we're going to be respected and we're going to be accounted for. Councilmember Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. And I think Councilmember Thomas summed it up very well. But I just want to say thank you to these men for the mentoring work that you do. It makes a difference in our community. I have been affiliated with as a mentor and available as a speaker with the Silverback Society for a number of years at the Jim Singleton Charter School. And I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to work with some young men who themselves tell you it makes a big difference for them to see successful black men in their classroom and in their lives doing positive works. They don't see enough of that, and you all do the work and we do the work that's so very important. So the most important thing that I can say is thank you for the work that you do. It's continuing, and as Councilman Thomas says, there's a lot more going on than people want to give credit for. The bottom line is that we sometimes have to tell our own story, and you've been doing a great job telling the story. So thank you very much for the work that you do.
Want to say thank you to each organization. The work you do, it makes a difference. Appreciate it.
If you guys, if you're the first in line, if you could come and please, if y'all don't mind, if Greg could represent the collaborative, and if you guys, all guys have comments, you can make comments. Greg Rattler.
All right. Yeah. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for recognizing the mentoring collaborative. These four organizations just joined to create a space to lift up the field and the discipline of mentoring. At the end of the day, we want the children of the city of New Orleans and all of the growing people in the city of New Orleans to find great spaces to be mentored, to be taught, and to learn. So any organization, any individual that has a concern about mentoring in their community, in their neighborhood, please find a way to get in contact with us. We need to have all arms, all hands on the wheel, because as OT said, no one can afford to sit on the side.
Thank you, guys. Thank y'all very much. Oh, man, absolutely. Oh, not over. Well, the one thing we do know is anytime there's a group of men that's committed to doing something right, anytime there's a group of men or a man that's working hard to give back, we know there's usually 9 out of 10 times a strong woman that's there beside them. And Dr. Morgan, we're going to be honoring Dr. Morgan for the work she does with the collaborative, but she was also one of my partners in conflict resolution and mediation. And in a lot of the mediations we were in, she was always that person who would bring that central point to the table so that we could resolve the conflict. So Dr. Morgan, God bless you, not only for what we do working together in mediation, but for what you do to make sure that these black men not only have their place, but maintain their place. But Dr. Demetria Morgan.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate this. I get a chance to work with some amazing people in New Orleans, including Councilmember Oliver Thomas, as well as all these amazing men who step up for our young boys. I have a passion for children. I'm a native of New Orleans. I'm from Uptown, and I will continue to do the work for our children, for our future, so that we can all thrive and get out of this survival mode. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Give them one round of applause, please.
Switched it up on me. I didn't know he was doing it. He switched it. I was like, "Sorry." The reason why he gets away with that. Roll call. Councilmember Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Morel.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso. We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First up, we have the invocation by Pastor Burnett.
Good morning. May we all stand for a moment of prayer, please? Oh, gracious Father, how we thank you, how we honor you, how we adore you. We thank you for your presence that is in this place. Thank you for bringing us into a new year, a new season full of new opportunities and new moments. God, we pray today that your spirit would be in this place, that you would be with our council, God, that you would continue to lead them and guide them in wisdom, God, and in love. We thank you for those residents who are here today, dear God. We pray that everything that be done will be done in decency and in order, and it will bring glory and honor to your name. We just thank you again for this opportunity to serve the great city of New Orleans. We ask all these blessings now. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
The pledge will be led by Councilmember Harris.
And one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Council members, we need to go to page 34 to take up motion M 24-1. But before we take up the motion, we need to suspend the rules because we're going out of order on the agenda to go to this matter.
I'll move to suspend. Second by Councilmember Green, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The item is, the rules are suspended.
We have motion M 24-1 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Electing council member at large Division 1, Helena Moreno, to serve as president of the council for the term beginning January the 4th, 2024 through the first city council meeting of 2025. And electing council member at large Division 2, JP Morel, to serve as vice president of the council for the term of January the 4th, 2024 through the first city council meeting of 2025.
Thank you. Members, as you know, every other year, the council members at large alternate as president and vice president of the city council. It has been my distinct pleasure for this last year to lead this council, and it is with tremendous excitement that I am passing the banner of council president back to my good friend and dear colleague, council member Helena Moreno. I'd also like to note, as I present her with this lovely gavel and plaque, that this will be her final term as the president of the New Orleans City Council, as she is term limited. She has led during some very tumultuous times. She has historically been one of the, well, actually, in modern history, a council president to lead for, well, 3 consecutive terms during the COVID pandemic. And I have been a tremendous beneficiary of her leadership, of her mentoring, and I look forward to your next and final term as council president. So with that, I will make the motion. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Green. Please vote your machines.
Councilmember, we have some online comments.
And we'll take those. And let me just make a quick comment too. You don't get away that easy. Currently Council President Morel, I wanted to really thank you for your tremendous leadership over this past year. You did not need any mentoring. You already were very capable and able as a former longtime legislator, a senator in the Louisiana legislature. And you navigated through incredibly difficult issues over the past year very strategically, and where you made you ensured that the city council really operated with great integrity and always, ensuring that we showed our strength as well. And I very much appreciate that. So I do look forward to, this upcoming year. Hopefully it's a little bit calmer than the last year. And of course, I'll be leaning on you as I always do. Thank you again for this past year of your service. So with that, we'll take public comment, Anita, but I do have a comment of a person who is here. Rubia Garcia, you have a comment on this item? Okay, Ms. Garcia. And then Anita, you've got a public comment?
Yes, there are a number of online comments for this item number. However, they're not germane to the annual rotation of presidency and vice presidency. They're mostly about they're duplicative in the sense that they are about support of a ceasefire in the Middle East and ending genocide of Palestinians. So just want to put that on the record.
Okay, well, let's add those to the record, but just so everyone understands the rules of the council is that if you're going to comment on a specific agenda item issue, your comments must be germane to that particular issue on the agenda, or if not, there's the chance that likely the rules will apply and your comments will not be heard. So with that, members, vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now going to go to the regular order of the agenda. Page 2, special orders of business. The first order of business is a presentation, Dr. Trivia Frazier and Mrs. Lydia Glapion Day, honoring Dr. Trivia Frazier, co-founder, president, and CEO of Aptula Science, Inc. She is an experienced adult stem cell researcher and biotech business professional with 15+ years of experience in biomedical science and management. She holds a bachelor's degree in physics from Dillard University, 2007, and biomedical engineering, Tulane University, 08, MBA, Tulane University, 2012. Dr. Frazier completed her postdoctoral work under an NIH R21 funded fellowship in tissue engineering at Pennington Biomedical Research Center and the Tulane Center for STEM Research and Regenerative Medicine. She has collaborated with national and international key opinion leaders and held academic chair appointments prior to her leadership role at Abattoir. The company has received federal funding through SBIR Phase 1 and Phase 2 awards from the National Center for Advancing Translational Science and the National Institute on Aging to commercialize the Abattoir suite of human-derived stem cells and 3D cell culture products. These products are used to model human adipose tissue from patients of varying demographics to accelerate research in the fields of obesity, diabetes, cancer, and related metabolic disorders. Dr. Frazier recently received the Minority Health Products and Service Firm of the Year Award from the U.S. Department of Commerce, which was presented at the National MED Week Conference by the Minority Business Development Agency in Baltimore, Maryland.
Madam Clerk, thank you. I think it was a few years ago that when we were doing our morning show sessions on medicine and research, we were looking for one of the foremost authorities on stem cell. And lo and behold, the person we were connected to was Justina Frazier's baby girl, right? Who happened to be from New Orleans, and it was Dr. Frazier. And I'm sitting down and I'm recalling that conversation that we had. And, you know, too often I think we forget that the best and the brightest come from New Orleans. And we have the best and the brightest in New Orleans. And we don't always need anybody else to save us because we got people from New Orleans trying to save the rest of the world. Y'all can clap for that. And so, Dr. Frazier, I know Lydia is going to open up and you have your mom here to make a few comments as well as the other council members. But that was probably one of the most in-depth interviews about stem cell research, where it's going, what we can expect. And to have you and to have our homegirl and Ms. Frazier's daughter as being one of the leading authorities in this nation and this country was just a boost to everyone who listened and everyone who participated in the program. Lydia Glapion Days was also one of the great civil servants of our time. Lydia.
Thank you, Madam President and Councilmember Thomas and the City Council. My name is Lydia Glapion Days, and I am a resident of District D. Old habits die hard, so I got a couple of here. I've spent over 20 years working for the City Council, and during that time, I've witnessed and heard so many individuals, groups, and organizations, companies being honored some for great reasons and some for okay reasons. However, I am most proud of the honor that you guys are bestowing on Trivia Frazier Wills today, citing her accomplishments, both personal and in business. I've been close to this family for just about 30 years. I've watched Trivia mature, excel with humbleness and grace. My daughter and I were in the room when Trivia presented her dissertation and defended her conclusions and her theories and her research. We were in awe. You can tell she loves God. You can tell she loves family. She is raising, her and her husband are raising 3 kings who are back there right now. And you can tell she loves this city. It is a testament to her that she decided to remain in this city and grow her family and her business in this city. To all the accolades that she has received and all the accolades that she is going to get from you guys today, I'd like to add one more word, just one more comment. Trivia is nothing short of brilliant. And this city is richer because she is here. I thank you all for honoring her today.
Lydia, if you could recognize the table and get their comments, please. Ms. Frazier, your husband.
I'm happy. Good morning.
Right on the corner of Good Drive.
I do live 44 Good Drive, and I'm the treasurer of the association, Homeowners Association. I love my neighbors and friends. I do take care of them. They could tell you I do. But it's a pleasure to be here, sitting here before you and looking at you and, well, I'm gonna say scoping you all. Seeing what you all gonna say, what you're gonna do, because I watch you all the time on television. I could tell you who open their mouth, who don't open their mouth, who says what and what says the other. So I know my daughter is and will be a better leader than I'm trying to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Trivia's husband. I just want to say, everybody, just thank you all for everything y'all doing with the city. And I know Trivia's she works really hard, but she's a better person than anything else. Like, really better through God, through everything. Just, she has an amazing story. She should let everybody know.
Genius / good people. Councilmember Jeruso.
Well, I guess first, I want to say thank you all for being here and for all the work that you've done and you continue to do. I think so many times in the city in particular, what isn't working is held up as the model of what the city is, and that's not what the case is. And I think we say this all the time, but it deserves to be repeated. Our best export isn't necessarily our food. It isn't necessarily our music. It isn't necessarily our culture. It's our people. It's our people. And you are living, breathing evidence, the people here who are making such big strides and helping others, which is so incredibly important. So we appreciate what you're doing. And I want to thank my colleagues who continue to give us these moments to lift up people like you who are doing everything you can to make the city a better place in the world as well. Thank you all so much.
Councilmember Harris.
Well, it's a good news day, and a good way to start the new year. So thank you all for being here. Fellow Green Wave, I see, double Green Wave and Dillard graduate. You're just fantastic. And I want to echo what Councilmember Thomas and Councilmember Jeruso said. You could be anywhere in the world doing this research, but you are choosing to stay in New Orleans. And that's so important because you model for young women and young men coming up that you can stay here in New Orleans, you can continue your work, you can do good work that will impact the world, and you can do it right here in New Orleans. So I just want to thank you. We're proud of you. And again, we celebrate you today. Thank you for being here.
Councilmember King.
Councilmember Thomas, thank you for bringing, Dr. Frazier before us. Nice to see you, Ms. Glapion. Dr. Frazier, reading the short bio is extremely impressive, and just congratulations on all that you have accomplished. Good luck in the future, and just thank you for staying here and doing great work in this city. We definitely appreciate it. Again, I'm thoroughly impressed by just a little bit that I've read on you. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Good morning. So first, thank you, Councilmember Thomas, for bringing Ms. Frazier forward and Dr. Frazier, excuse me, for recognizing your efforts. And in looking at your bio and in what the clerk read, I think it's so tremendously fitting the fields that you are really focusing in on obesity, diabetes, cancer, and of course, other related metabolic disorders, because those are predominantly what impact the people of New Orleans. And so the fact that these are the issues that you're focusing on, I think is so incredibly impactful and meaningful to your community. And so I just wanted to give you a tremendous thank you and shout out for the tremendous work that you're doing, and very proud to support you and to honor you today.
Councilmember Morel.
Dr. Frazier, it's a tremendous pleasure having you here today. I know that throughout my tenure in government, we spent a tremendous amount of time and investment trying to get New Orleans as a city to diversify its economy, particularly when it comes to biomedical science. And the fact that you, with all of your tremendous talents, have been a leader in this field, someone who's homegrown, truly utilizing your God-given skills to be a leader in biomedical technology. It's just so humbling to have you spend some time with us here today, because it's time away from your research. So we appreciate you being here today. I'm gonna keep my comments brief because you could be somewhere discovering something right now rather than listening to us. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, and good morning. It's a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Frazier. I just like to say sometimes, go New Orleans. Look at what we have here in New Orleans, and I'll tell you very honestly, it's so pleasing that you are sharing your talent and your interest in helping people right here in our city of New Orleans, making a tremendous difference. I also want to thank Councilman Thomas for bringing you before the city council today. One thing that I appreciate, having been on the city council for just these 2 years, is that I, who feel that I know so much about New Orleans, have missed some things. Very honestly, I've missed your work, your stem cell research work, but now I'm going to be paying more attention to it. And the very fact that you're here, I may have a question or two, for you at the end of the day. This city council created a biomedical district that is going to hopefully present opportunities for what you do and what others do to be amplified and to do work through our city, our state, and our nation. And I'm looking forward to your participation in helping that particular biomedical center to grow. But I want to thank you for the work that you do, and also for the fact that you are basically helping so many people here in New Orleans and throughout the nation from right here. I and my children are very proud of the city of New Orleans, and we want to stay here. And you are an example. Well, I obviously am going to stay here, but my children who are graduates of college right now, including Tulane University, my son has a Bachelor of Science degree in business management. He's here in the city. We enjoy the city. We enjoy the state. And one of the reasons is that we have such great talent, such as yourself, who is willing to share right here in our city. Thank you for what you do.
Hey, before Dr. Frazier speaks, Councilmember Giarrusso said something that I think too often we ignore. And it's about the people of the city, the people who live here, the people who have adopted it as its home, the people who make this its home, and the people, even though if they're not here, they're never far from home. I wrote a piece that was read by 420,000 people several months ago, and it was called "The People of New Orleans Are Its Competitive Advantage." And when I sit with Dr. Frazier, I'll just read the first paragraph. It says, "As places go, New Orleans is as unique as any city there is. While some places may tout their economic prosperity, their corporate presence, and their physical attributes, none of those cities can compare or have our people." And Dr. Frazier, I thought that was appropriate along with Councilmember Jerusso's comments, because I'll never forget when we did the interview with you. There was a lady who called and said, you know, a lot of times you hear a lot of scientists and accomplished people. She said, but we didn't just hear Dr. Frazier, we felt her. And I'm like, wow, you know, through those waves or those airwaves. And then I also think about Lee Schobel, if I got his name right, who was touted as one of the smartest men in the world at one time, who wrote the piece, The Case for Faith and the Case for Jesus. How you talk about the nexus between science and faith and how to use there's no difference. And I just think that makes you one of the most special researchers and scientists in the world today. Dr. Fraser.
Thank you so very much, Councilman Thomas. Thank you, council members at large and council members. I am so very humbled and honored to receive this recognition. I'm humbled for multiple reasons. One being your recognition that I am a product of our great city. As someone who grew up in New Orleans East and has family who built our church, our foundation in the Lower Ninth Ward, who is a product of the St. Mary's Academy,
wow.
In addition to our great universities in HBCU, Dillard, as well as Tulane, receiving all of my foundations here, growing here, training here, and remaining here. I'm humbled because of the opportunities that exist for other people who are not only my predecessors who have trained here and have gone on to do phenomenal things in the world themselves, but also those who come after me. Because we are not here for ourselves. I am here for the service of others. I'm thankful for my family, for my loved ones, those who are sitting in the audience as well, who are taking their time, just a little of their time that means so much to me to be here and celebrate with us. And also, I'm thankful to God because I am his product above all. He is molding me to use the gifts that he is lending me to share with the world. And so keeping him first, I will always be thankful and choose to walk the path that allows these gifts to share in the most effective way for others. Growing the city of New Orleans is one of those, and continuing to grow our workforce is another. And so thank you again very much. This is a great way to kick off the year, which will be a phenomenal year. Thank you so very much.
Absolutely, let's give her a hand. Before we come down to take pictures and make the presentation, it says be proclaimed by this council. We recognize forever Dr. Trivia Frazier, co-founder and president and CEO of Obertala Sciences Incorporated, in recognition of your dedication and commitment to the New Orleans community and science throughout the world, and signed by all of our council members. Dr. Frazier.
I was filing, like, how did that all go? Thanks for that.
Happy New Year. How are you? How you doing?
Councilmember, we ready for the next order of business?
Ready.
The second order of business is a presentation. Sharice Harrison Nelson, Education Outreach Coordinator for the Donald Harrison Senior Museum, honoring children who are ambassadors of music and literature.
Good morning, everyone. Right on Independence Street in the Upper Ninth Ward, I'm pleased to say in District D is located the Donald Harrison Senior Museum and Legacy Performance Pavilion, which many times flies under the radar but provides great programming, including it's the home of the Guardians Institute, which houses artwork, music, collections, and many other artifacts from New Orleans' first family of art and culture, the Harrisons, as well as other artists. The Guardians Institute is dedicated to the development of youth through literacy, New Orleans indigenous cultural arts, African and New World oral traditions. And I like to emphasize that word, the youth, because our city council, our mayor's office are focused on providing additional programs and support for the youth of our city. And it's working, The Institute was founded in 2006 by Harrice J. Harrison, M.A., in honor of her late husband, Big Chief Donald Harrison Sr. Big Chief Donald Harrison Sr.'s book club has provided over 40,000 new books to children in the greater New Orleans area. Children associated with the museum serve as ambassadors of culture and literature, and in that role, they present books and a cultural presentation to their schoolmates, along with members of the museum's artistic faculty. I'm going to ask representatives of the museum and of the Guardians Institute to come forward to the table at this time. And I also want to recognize and thank the young people who are here today for your patience, because you've been here for a while and the fact that you're interested in this. So can we have representatives to come forward to the table to sit right here? The Guardians Institute has curated dozens of exhibits, seminars, lectures, and presentations, and their signature programs include Young Guardians of the Flame, which is a Carnival Day dress attire community procession group. So when you see them next, you'll know that that's during the carnival season, the Young Guardians of the Flame. Sankofa Sundays, which is a family program that includes reading, fiscal literacy, public speaking, and music lessons. And Positive Vibrations Foundation, Congo Kids, which is led by Artistic Director Papatito Sampa, instructs children ages 2 to 12 on Congolese drums and dance traditions, as well as sacred songs and words. And we'll have a brief presentation relative to the Congolese drum chant. We want to thank the representatives of the Guardians Institute for what you do to support the youth of our city of New Orleans. And again, very quietly, the Donald Harrison Senior Museum and Legacy Performance Pavilion exists right there on Independence Street, performing great works. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. It is definitely an honor and a pleasure to be here with everyone today. It is definitely humbling to work with these children on a daily basis. Here I am, Ramona Graham, and I work along with and under the direction of Sharice Harrison, and along with director of Artist Directory Papatitos, and our co-director, Raina Miss Reno. So anyway, Raina Fox. We want to give a brief presentation this morning to show you what our children are learning. We are desperately trying to teach them and instill in them the culture of New Orleans and what we do. We enjoy working with the children and giving them the opportunity to showcase to you what they enjoy doing as well. As you see being passed along there are some books that our children read and discover. So they learn about themselves as well, and they learn about what they do in our city, our beautiful city. So if you want to get our children settled, we're going to start with our first song.
I didn't know you
Led by Papa Tito's of the Congolese. Have our song presentation.
We are children of the ones who did not die. We are children of the people who could fly. And we are children of the ones who persevere. We are fearless, we are strong, and we're ready to carry on. We are children of the ones who did not die. We are the children of the people who could fly. And we are the children of the ones who persevere. We are fearless, we are strong, and we're ready to carry on. Bonne année. Happy New Year. My name is Ara Kahul Kaba Smith. My mother is Tiffany Shu. My father's name is Guillaume Smith. I am 10 years old and I am in the 5th grade. I've been a princess in the Guardians of the Flame Maroon Society since I was 10 months old. I am a singer, dancer, actress, reader, and storyteller. I have performed at Jazz Fest 8 times, and I traveled to Arkansas as the only child performer in the Live in America Festival in June of 2022. This is my first time appearing before the New Orleans City Council. I'm honored and proud as a resident of District D. Merci tout le monde. Thank you, everyone. And now, Queen Lucy.
I'm about to cry. I've been here a lot of times and, my life is shifting and I'm gonna be retiring. But before I speak, I wanna really acknowledge my mother, who's 87 years old. Every time the children come to rehearsal, she says, "This is my vision for our world." For children of diverse backgrounds to be able to work together and to be able to, hopefully in the future, work the problems of the world out and make this world a better place for all of us. I am retiring. I will not be coming out on Carnival Day anymore. And I will be turning the leadership over of the Congo kids to Ramona and Raina. It's one of the hardest things I'm having to do because I love the children so much and they give me so much joy. This is my father's legacy. We have a exhibition up at the Jazz and Heritage Festival Gallery, and the exhibition is the Legacy Continuum. My father always wanted children to be a part of this. And I think we're carrying out his vision and his wisdom. And my father would always say that, knowledge once acquired, no one can take it from you. So we try to give the children a lot of knowledge. So with that, I'm going to sit down. And because I have to sit down, because we have to let the next generation take over. But now I'm fussing. You see all y'all up there? When I retire, y'all better make it easy for these children. Now, the co-leaders of the group and the children, I am going to actually be focusing my attention on bringing greater awareness to environmental injustice. I have a character to I'm going to be, I already do it, I'm going to be appearing at sites of injustice and not only environmental, but where other things have occurred. And in that moment of silence for people to think about why I'm there. So, it has been very difficult for me, us raising money. We ran this program for over 10 years or less than $15,000 a year. So it's hard and I can't do it anymore, but thank you for your time. Please welcome my children and our members up to the table to give you a presentation. Thank you. You see, this is why it's hard to let stuff up. I think I know what's going on. Go on. I'm sorry, y'all. It's hard for me to let this be. They have a presentation for you all. Oh, okay. Who has the pens? Oh. I'm sorry, y'all. This is hard.
You don't have
for
to
me.
be sorry, and they're also young people, man. We are so pleased to see them here. And as I mentioned previously, their attentiveness and their interest in culture is so appreciated here. There's nothing to be apologetic about. We appreciate it. They look beautiful.
Thank you.
Don't you all agree? Don't you all agree?
After they give the pens out the girls, we have 2 adults coming to the table, Miss Ramona. Okay, we're gonna ask the adults to come up. Kate, Miss Herrera and Miss Pyle. We need 2 adult seats. Oh, 2. Boys. For Miss Herrera and Miss Pyle. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but.
Are we all gonna see?
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Jefferson Smith. I've been with the program since I was 5 years old. For me, this is the start of my 6th year with the program. The program has taught me more patience than I had before. Another thing that the program has taught me is how to play African drums, among other things. These are some of the reasons that I joined and stuck with this program. The last reason I like this program is I have got the opportunity to co-produce an album that we're working on currently. Thank you for coming.
Hello, everyone. I would like to say my name is Abel. I've been a Congo kid for 5 years and I am 7. Musicians have helped us develop improv. Improv for me is learning from Papa Titos, who teaches us different types of music on an African drum. While we make music around New Orleans, we gather different musicians. Thank you for coming. And now, congratulations, you were the point of such a list. Congratulations, thank you for coming to the graduation. My name is Ringo. My name is 5 years old. I'm 5 years old and my birthday passed away.
All right. Your birthday, what?
So they're gonna come up and give you guys a little pin to remember them by, a little Congo Kids pin. Thank
Thank
you
you.
guys so much again for having us.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the pins. I want to thank the Guardians Institute. I want to thank the Donald Harrison Senior Museum and Legacy Performance Pavilion. And as I emphasize with regards to the Cultural and Recreation Fund, there are many organizations that are doing work that are many times expending the funds themselves to get great work done in our community. This is an example, as you see these young people, as you see them coming to beautifully attired. We look forward to supporting you in other ways that we can, but I do appreciate the fact that right there on Independence Street, kind of running under the radar, is an institute that is working with our youth as others are, which is why our city is a great city. So I'm going to ask everyone to give another round of applause. to the Guardians Institute.
Please,
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
Our adults just want to speak to you briefly.
yeah, go ahead.
To a parent, the director of Congo Kids and another parent, and they're gonna be just a minute each.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much. Put it on now.
Good morning. My name is Kate Herrera, and this is my son Noah. Noah was able to join the Congo Kids and Young Guardians program when he was 6 years old when we moved here to New Orleans. The Young Guardians and Congo Kids program has been life-changing for me and my family. It is due to the dedication of the Harrison family to provide an open and inclusive environment that my son has had the opportunity to learn and participate in New Orleans Indigenous and African culture. The ability to participate in Congo Kids and Young Guardians have had a significant impact on his development, sparking a love of reading and African traditions that he has been able to share with his peers at school as a young ambassador. Congo Kids and Young Guardians embody the best of human values, the values of both New Orleans and African culture. These programs have allowed Noah to grow as a person, make friends, and experience personal pride and success that he will carry with him forever. We are truly grateful to the Harrison family for their dedication to uplifting the children in our community and the openness of their programs to everyone.
Good morning. My name is Monique Pyle, and I'm the Managing Director of Positive Vibration Foundation here in New Orleans. We're committed to the partnership with the Guardians Institute and we have increased our reach through the in-school book programs. We have a big thank you to Papa Titos for bringing Congolese drums, culture, traditions to the children of the city, and to Mrs. Harrison for her commitment to the children through the book program. We, as an organization, Positive Vibrations, go out into the community and look exactly for what is happening here to help and use our funding to grow the youth in our community and to further teach them and make them love this community and what we're teaching. So thank you, and thank you for bringing them here.
Did you want to say something? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Jeremy. Thank y'all for having us today. I really appreciate y'all recognizing the Guardians Institute and the Young Guardians of the Flame. This is my daughter, Lil Queen Cameron. How old are you, Cameron?
7.
She's 7. We both are Black Mexican Indians here in the city of New Orleans. I heard about what the Guardians Institute was doing. Even though we asked for one tribe, I decided to get my daughter involved. Thanks to Miss Reese and Queen Reese. Coming in thinking my daughter was just going to get an experience with learning African drumming. Turns out she's getting so much more, right? She's learning dancing. She's building lifelong friendships. She's also gaining that confidence that she needs to be successful in this world. So I really appreciate y'all honoring what's being done for our youth in the city. People like to say there's nothing for our youth. That's not true. Yes, we can use more, but there's a lot that's happening, and the Guardians Institute is making that thing happen right here in our city. So thank y'all for recognizing them, and I hope that you continue to support them into the future.
Thank you.
And just really quickly, thank you guys again. My name is Raina Fox, and along with Ramona Graham, we hope to do wonderful work as Maroon Queen Sharice Harrison Nelson has done. It's going to be very hard to follow in her footsteps, but hopefully we have you guys' support and to keep this going. Please send us your children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews. Yes, we would love to have them. Thank you.
And I want to encourage you all to let the council know more of what's going on. Send us emails, invite us to performances, invite us to events. We will look forward to joining you at those. We're going to take a super picture in a second after I just make it known to the public that we have proclamations from the City Council for the Guardians Institute and the Donald Harrison Senior Museum in appreciation of your dedication to the development of youth through literacy, New Orleans indigenous cultural arts and oral traditions. And I also have a proclamation for Positive Vibrations Foundations and Congo Kids for continuing and teaching Congolese drum and dance traditions to youth, specifically age 2 to 12. I'm going to ask our Director of Culture for the City of New Orleans, the Cantrell Administration, Ms. Lisa Alexis, to join us in this photo. But again, I want to thank you all. I also have proclamations for the young participants in the program. So whoever is here can get those proclamations. We're gonna take a super photo. But again, I do want to take an opportunity just for a second to go down and ask our council members if they would like to add any comments to what we've seen today from the Guardians Institute and the Donald Harrison Senior Museum. I'll start to my right since we started to our left last time. Councilman Thomas.
First, I want to thank you, Councilmember Green. What we just witnessed is the lifeblood and the soul of New Orleans. Children who keep the flame for the culture. When we talked earlier about the advantage of the city, isn't those things that happen to the city and in the city, the advantage of the city is its people. I think these young people represent that. Queen Sharice Harrison was being extremely modest. She can never be replaced. And Queen Sharice, I don't know if you remember, Galway School, a couple of decades ago with you and my cousin Big Chief Rudy Bocage, where you guys had set up mentoring programs about the culture, about Indian culture and New Orleans culture. And you guys were on this quest to say that there shouldn't be any history taught in New Orleans without the history of New Orleans and its indigenous people and their impact. So hopefully at some point that mission and that vision will come true. And for your brother, the last time I saw him, I was trying to remember a young man that I had met in DC who talked about when Donald lived in New York, when he was living up there. And there was this young man who lived next to him who knew as much about New Orleans culture as folk from here, only because Chief Harrison would talk to him and mentor him. And when I told him I was from New Orleans, the first thing he said was Donald Harrison, right? So this family, on behalf of my family, from the Black Cat, Leon Martin, out of Storyville and Congo Square, Ferdinand Jaluk, and all of those family members whose souls still rest in Congo Square. Know that we appreciate you guys, we love you guys. And I think today ought to be the beginning of the day where you guys aren't begging for funding, but that you're naturally funded because you're naturally in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, Council Vice President Morrell.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all being here today. I also appreciate Councilman Green's comments regarding the New Orleans Rec and Culture Fund. I mean, you guys are the reason why we created that fund. There have been, for so many years, through so many mayors, through so many councils, there has been a focus on giving money to different organizations, especially those that are focused on tourism particularly. And there's not been an effort to fund those programs that preserve and enhance our culture, that preserve and enhance opportunities, particularly for young people and our culture bearers. And the goal behind creating that fund was to have money set aside for those groups that make New Orleans, New Orleans. And it's so tremendous to have you here today because that absolutely must be a priority for the city and this council. It truly has not been for years. So I appreciate y'all being here today. I appreciate y'all. I believe y'all are recipients of the fund. And I appreciate that we'll have opportunities. Mr. Green, I think at our fund meeting said he wants to put more money in the fund for next year. So hopefully there'll be even more opportunities and more funding available for those native organizations that are preserving and enhancing our culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Vice President Morrell, Council President Moreno.
Thank you. Good morning. First, really appreciate the beautiful presentation and having all the children here. And thank you for the medallions that you all presented to us as well. Councilmember Green, thank you for bringing amazing groups to the city council, as other council members are doing, to showcase organizations that are prioritizing the children of New Orleans. And that is exactly what you all are doing. Enhancing the lives of the children in New Orleans, along with promoting the New Orleans culture as well. So I appreciate all that you're doing, and we'll continue as a city council to prioritize groups like this. And as we've mentioned already, putting our money where our mouth is as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Moreno, Council Member Freddie King.
This is a real treat seeing these young children perform this morning. Thank you, Councilmember Green, for bringing this organization forward. Councilmember Morrell said it perfectly. The grant that we recently put together is for groups like this, and I'm excited and proud to be a part of this council to fund groups like this. And to the dad, you said it right. We need to stop saying there's nothing to do for our kids in the city, because it's a perfect example. There's a lot to do for our children in this city, and I'm just encouraged and impressed by the young children, by the adults, and by just what you all are doing. So keeping our culture alive, keeping our children involved in positive things. And we need more of that. So thank you for what you are doing and what you're going to do in the future. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Councilmember Leslie Harris.
Well, first of all, Happy New Year. I said it at the beginning, at the prior presentation. This really is a great new year. I'm so happy to see you all and the young people here who are so courageous in speaking and performing in front of so many people here today. So I just want to thank you, the adults who mentor these kids, and making sure that they have something to do, that they are rooted in the culture and that they will continue on the culture. So thank you for being here today and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso.
Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. I pity whoever the next order of business is, because I'm not sure they'll be able to stand up to the work that the adults have done and how wonderful the kids have been. Jefferson, I heard you say that the program has taught you a great deal of patience. I may need to enroll myself. And so it is a real attribute in the fact that you're learning that at such a young age and how important it is. And Abel, you talked about improv, and we can all have a plan, but sometimes you got to know how to deviate from that and how to work around it and how important that is too. And again, for the adults and instilling those traits and understanding all the intangible things that the city provides and how important they are. We appreciate all of your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council members, for your remarks. We have a brief slideshow that we'd like everybody to draw everybody's attention to on the screen to my left. There's always a little challenge with the slideshow.
Y'all sit there so wait to watch the
All right, and council members, if you will come forward and. Oh, come on. Okay. I can't believe. I can't believe that. Okay, all right. All right, that's fine. Let's come down for our photo of these beautiful children on this beautiful morning.
They're gonna take a picture with you. Oh.
All right. Ready? Ready. Aria.
Abel, can you grab my, Abel, I'll get it. Oh, thanks, dude. Thanks. Happy New Year.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can start on the next order whenever you want to come up. Okay. The third order of business is a presentation, Ms. Jacqueline Case, Executive Director of Raphael Village. Programming and engaging extraordinary individuals at Raphael Village.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Why don't we let the room clear, but Raphael Village, will y'all come up to the front dais? Right here. Thank you so much for being here today. This truly is a happy new year, and I'm so glad that you could be here. I just want to tell everybody a little bit about Raphael Village. Raphael Village is founded on principles that integrate education, community life, life sharing, and the arts to meet the needs of children and adults with developmental disabilities. Raphael Village provides holistic learning programs, vocational trainings, and community for differently abled people to be lovingly supported in mind, body, and spirit throughout their lives. Starting with Raphael Academy, the Guild at Raphael Village, and the HOR. I want to promote, and I want everyone to go visit their fabulous restaurant, Dragonfly Cafe on Jackson Avenue, and their fantastic gift shop as well on the Raphael Village campus. And as we're talking about the Recreation and Culture Fund, I want to note that this City Council granted $10,000 from the Recreational and Culture Fund to Raphael Village. So thank you to my colleagues for that. And we also allocated $2,500 from the 2023 Cox Grant Fund to Raphael Academy. We've also toured the facility and have been to various events, and I'm just so happy for y'all to be here. Do you want to introduce yourselves and go ahead and present?
Thank you. Well, you're right that those were two tough acts to follow, but I'm happy to follow in those footsteps with the wonderful work that's going on here in the New Orleans community. My name is Jacqueline Case, and I'm the founder and executive director of Raphael Village. I'm joined here today with Alex Gomez, who has just recently joined our organization as our marketing and development coordinator. We're just getting back from our winter break, so we weren't able to get a group here today, but I really invite you out to come see our program in action, take a tour of the campus, because there's so much that's going on, not only at our town center, but also in the greater community. Before I get started, our mission is to support differently able people in becoming engaged in life and community. And it's big and broad because we want them to feel that they do have lots of choices. They do have opportunities in the greater community. So before I do go down the road of what we're doing at Raphael Village, we're located at 530 Jackson Avenue. That's in District B. Shout out to Council Member Leslie Harris for her support and the support of the council for the New Orleans Recreation and Cultural Fund Award. The room was just on fire last month, and it was so fun to be here and be inspired by all the work that's going on in the city. So we offer both a high school transitions program and an adult day program for individuals 18 years of age and older. And we really are focused on vocational training, independent life skills, self-expression through the arts, and a work readiness program that helps those adults look forward into where they might be gainfully employed within the greater community. We serve individuals from Jefferson Parish, Orleans Parish, and as far as away as St. Tammany Parish. There is a group that actually carpools in every day across from the North Shore. We are a diverse community serving about 40 students and guild members, and the guild being our fastest growing program. Something to note, over the next decade, over 500,000 individuals will become adults with autism alone. And that is a big number for us all to kind of take note of and say, how are we meeting the needs of those individuals? Because there's going to be more, unfortunately. Oftentimes, parents of individuals with disabilities liken their adult child when they're turning 18 as to that this experience is falling off a cliff, because we focus so much on the school age children, while we also, but we fail to recognize that we spend our lives as adults contributing to our society and becoming contributing members of society, and people with intellectual differences are no different. They want to be in that game. So the school was founded in 2012, and the adult day program quickly followed a year later, and both were private pay organizations. Back in 2018, our board decided that we wanted to provide greater access to our adult day program and became a Medicaid provider. And so now we have about 85% of our members who come to us through a waiver program. And that really does open our doors to people across the region, which is really exciting. So the programming that goes on at the Guild every day, if you came, you would see individuals both on site and leaving the site to go be engaged in their vocational internships at local businesses. We have a very large garden where they are growing produce, herbs, all that can be used at the Dragonfly Cafe. They have an active fiber studio where they're actually weaving the most amazing handmade items, tablecloths, table runners, placemats, dish towels, and they're all individually inspired by those guild members. And guild members actually make 30% of the sale when they sell one of their items. So they're very excited when they get a little paycheck as well. So we also have internships in the community, like I mentioned. Louisiana Children's Museum is one of those, Rick Rapp NOLA, and the grounds crew, just to name a few. And we are always looking for more. So we invite all of the council members to leverage their contacts, make an introduction on our behalf so that we can give our guild members more experience in the community, with a diverse experience of what jobs could look like for people with disabilities. Back to the cafe, because it is our social enterprise where we invite the general public to come in, have a meal, learn what we're doing at Raphael Village, and realize that people with disabilities are just people with different abilities, and we want to make them shine. So we have the Dragonfly Cafe has partnered with the Louisiana Restaurant Education Foundation, and they have a program called Restaurant Ready. And that program is to elevate the entire restaurant industry through this Restaurant Ready program. And we're using that curriculum to train both our guild members and our Dragonfly staff so that they can be prepared for employment in the restaurant and hospitality field. So I want to just touch on some of the things that are on the horizon for Raphael Village. Again, expanding vocational internships in the community, but we also this year are focused on offering supported employment. As you know, that requires us to become a Louisiana vendor with Louisiana Rehabilitative Services. And that's a big lift for a small organization to become the vendor, do the training, find the businesses in the community that will look to hire individuals with disabilities. And so we're really focused on also bringing in people from outside of Louisiana who can help change the way that LRS has been helping people with disabilities. Because all too often there's a cycle that someone gets a job and then they lose the job and they have to start over, and that's not good for their self-esteem. So what we're trying to do is we've identified Briggs and Associates from Atlanta who's been doing this work for 30 years. And what we need to do is support them for life in this job, whether it's the same job or any job. We need to be there every week, not holding their hand, but actually discussing with the business owner, the people that work around them, making sure that anything that changes around the individual at the job site is supported. And maybe they need more training, maybe they need new skill sets. But that's a different component of supported employment that we see as a real need here in Louisiana and in New Orleans. Lastly, the biggest project, if you could see something bigger than supportive employment, is a residential life-sharing community, which we call the Hearth. And that program is in its pre-development phase. We've been meeting for a year. We will be starting to reach out to other communities for providing housing for people with disabilities. And those would be homes where 2 or 3 people could live in a home with support. Not necessarily shift work, but more of a companion care model. Also supporting individuals to live independently in apartments nearby, in the nearby community. So those are just some of the things that we're doing. It's too much to kind of give you a long presentation, and I apologize for not bringing the guild members with me today. We're literally just getting back from our break. But please come visit us at the Dragonfly Cafe. Lunch is on us. And we'll give you a tour and let you see all the good work that we're doing.
Thank you so much. Lunch is excellent at the Dragonfly Cafe, as is breakfast. So I encourage my colleagues to be there. Councilmember Thomas?
To the Guild and the Raphael Village family, you know, growing up, I always, as a kid, we used to think some of these stigmas about how we grew up and where we grew up, that it was unfortunate, it was a burden, right? And growing up in a poor community or in a family that wasn't perfect, as a youngster, you didn't understand or appreciate that. And as I've gotten older, you know, God prepares you with life through where you grow up, how you grow up, and the things that happen. And I'll never forget 2 encounters with 2 special people, Sister Lillian McCormick from St. Michael's Special School, and the late, great Charles Toubé, who was one of the great advocates in the state for folk with disabled. And I remember my mom putting up a sign in the kitchen, because in traditional Black families, everything centered around the kitchen, especially in New Orleans. And the sign she put up said, "God didn't make any junk." And it was a reminder for my sister, who people thought was different, but she had total recall. She could remember what we couldn't. Times, dates, events, but she couldn't function. Or they said she could function. But what I learned was that she functioned perfectly well. It wasn't the fact that she was dysfunctional, it was the fact that the world didn't understand her or its inability to function around her. And so when my mother put that sign up that said, "God didn't make any junk," she had a conversation with us about how that my sister isn't different, but we have to learn how to be different while we're all the same. There was opportunities when she was younger, but when she aged out of St. Michael's and when she aged out of special programs that were aimed especially for young people, adolescents and early teens with disabilities, when Ronald Reagan cut funding for transportation, and he cut the subsidies for programs with people with disabilities. That meant my sister had to stay home. She couldn't go to Strive. She couldn't go to skills programs. My family only had 1 car, and my father and my mother had to work. So I would hope that we get to a society that when we see people who are different, maybe it's not that they're different. What different ought to happen is maybe we need to treat them differently and treat them with love. Because the God I pray to is a God that pays for peace, love, and acceptance. So hopefully we'll get to a space where those programs for young adults and adults with all those fundings that was cut, we'll get to a place in society, especially now that we know that the numbers are growing and that many of them can function well. My sister's not with us anymore, but her life would have been a lot more enriched had the government not taken away funding for programs that dealt with our population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green.
I regret that I was outside because of some of the youth who wanted to talk and I missed your presentation, but the very fact that you are working with folks who are disabled, a community that has kind of not been given enough attention and enough resources is something that I can just say I'm proud to be here today for the presentation that you did make and the very fact that you're here. I'll certainly get more information. I like the word that is used in your description, which is differently abled as opposed to disabled. And I use the word disabled, and I've got to recognize that sometimes it's good to look in different directions in terms of the phrases that we use. Differently abled, certainly capable of making the contributions to society that everyone else does, certainly deserving of the resources that we can provide them and helping our society to grow, but in a different way based on what the resources are and the talents and skills that they have. So thank you for the work that you do. It's certainly appreciated in our city, and it's certainly necessary. More focus on those who are differently able, but are certainly very, very much a part of the society if we're going to grow our society, if we're going to continue to enhance the quality of life. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you, Councilmember Harris, for bringing you before us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you for being here today. It's so important what you do in this ever evolving field. And I really mean that in that I know in my own family, my own experience, the field of neurodiversity is changing so explosively in recent times, insofar as you saw in over a decade, you went from specific tags being put on people on the autism spectrum to there really not being a spectrum at all anymore at this point. And neurodiversity is really the term people put out there because the individuals who are processing what's happening around them in different ways, it really is that. And with programs like what you're proposing, what you've been doing at the Guild, you're really helping people who are neurodivergent learn the language of communication. Because all of the people who are in your program, they're full-fledged human beings who are able to communicate, but when they're processing behavioral interaction, that's where the difficulty occurs. I know that the state of Louisiana, I want to say in 2013 or 14, we were one of the first states to allow for applied behavioral therapy. And that really was an emergent field that's much more normal-place now that really dealt with that issue of when you have someone who's neurodivergent and you're trying to figure out how that person can learn how to interact with people with commonality so they can communicate, it really is teaching them a different language so that they can remain neurodiverse versus in the past where there was always this effort to make people that were not normal. And the reality is that who they are is normal. It's just bridging the gap so that you can have a commonality in communication, people can understand each other. Because I know from dealing with people in my own personal life who are neurodivergent, like one thing that always stood out to me was sarcasm. A tremendous amount of neurodivergent people do not understand sarcasm at all. When you say something, they take it at face value. And it's amazing for people who are not neurodivergent, they don't understand how if you don't understand sarcasm, it can lead to tremendous hurt feelings and miscommunication. And part of what programs like yours do is they go, well, identifying the signs of when someone's being sarcastic. So when they make a sarcastic comment, they can process that and know that it was not a literal representation. But the work you guys do is tremendous. Any support this council and the city can do to help you expand what you're making available is tremendous because we want people who are neurodivergent in our greater New Orleans area to feel welcomed and part of the city and the society. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Well, again, I want to thank Councilmember Harris for bringing you all forward. Thank all the council members for the great presentations this morning. I know that you all do a lot of great work, a lot of work that goes unnoticed, but it's very, very important. So I just want to thank you for that and congratulations on receiving the funds from the Culture Grant. Again, it's groups like yourself that the grant is for, and continue to do the great work to help our city move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jerusha.
Thank you. I mean, I want to echo everybody else's words and maybe bootstrap a little bit to what Councilmember Thomas said. My sister had spina bifida, was a quadriplegic, and so not intellectually different, but physically. And we live in a world for able-bodied people and not for people who have differences. And so I always appreciate any organization that realizes that the world is constructed in a certain way and trying to meet the needs of people who are different. So we appreciate very much all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any closing words?
Just that I'm thinking that City Hall might be a good place for us to start to look for some vocational opportunities. You know, there's a lot of different things going on every day here that could be make a world of difference.
Well, let's talk about it.
We're gonna send you out some invitations, but in April is Raphael Village's big annual fundraiser. This year it's called Grooving in the Garden. It's gonna be a 70s themed dance party with live music and a DJ. So we will send you all invites, and if you can make it, we'd love to have you there.
Thank you so much. We have a proclamation for you. I'm just so happy that you're here. I'm happy that you're in District B. I'm excited for the hearth and the expansion of living opportunities for people who are differently abled within the district and New Orleans, because it's so desperately needed. So just thank you so much, and we will continue to work together.
Thank you.
Some of these young council members may not be able to appreciate the 70s theme, but I'll be there.
I'm too young to appreciate it too. I think it's gonna be fun. I don't need to be. Yeah, this is all about her.
Ms. Garcia?
Right.
Oh, there you are. Come on, sorry. I saw you sitting behind. Just so the council members know what's going on, Ms. Garcia had put in a card to speak on item 24, which we took up first in the meeting. She had decided to use her card to put it in for another item instead, but didn't realize that that particular item is being withdrawn. So I'm allowing her to have 2 minutes to speak before the council on that item number 24.
So because I can't spend the time talking about the things that I wanted to, and more importantly, the people who came here, the people who are representing Palestine are not allowed to speak on the agenda items. I want to take some time and address something, particularly you, and I raise Mr. Morrell, Councilmember Morrell. Conveniently, he is gone, but the last time I was here in October of 2021, I specifically told you that I was a daughter of New Orleans and a citizen of humanity, and I meant it then. And at that point, I asked you for a proclamation for the Hard Rock. I brought you a gift, you and JP Morrell, because I would like for you guys to, those who weren't a member of the council in 2019 when the Hard Rock fell, or in 2020,
whenever the talk blew off of Quinion Wimberly and y'all left him there for 302 days. And then 2 months after I got arrested, Ms. Moreno, you decided to put out a quote that said, we are gonna follow full faith of the authority of my position. I am just here as a historian, as somebody to remind you, the last time that this city council decided to sit back and do absolutely nothing whenever people were dying. I'm so glad that y'all were concerned about the children whenever we've had 10,000 die, literally since October 7th. But none of you have issued no statement. You have not called for a ceasefire, which did not even require you to pick sides. You have said nothing besides the statement that you issued 2 days later. A city that is a culture. My name is not Rubia. My name is Lindsay Armand, the daughter of Sonny Armand. Rubia I wear as a badge out of the city that raised me, the cultures that poured into me, which includes these people here. So how dare this council, for the last 80 to 90 days, stand in full solidarity? You can check your clock all you want to, because I got time and more important, this isn't our first time coming here. I just wanted to remind y'all where the hell y'all stood and that the world is watching and the bill is lifting.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Your phone, Ms. Garcia. Someone can grab her phone. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
There has been every effort to circumvent public input in this matter. And the fact of the matter is that the city council, along with the convention center, has decided, absent public input.
Sir, you're out of order. Thank you.
A 21.6.
This is out of order. It's not the women that got here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
We
All right,
say,
next item.
money for jobs, not for genocidal show. Money.
All right. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. You can read the item next.
Page 29, ordinance calendar number 34,512 by Councilmember Jerusalem. An ordinance to temporarily prohibit.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you all. Okay. Yeah, we have to continue our meeting. Thank you for your attendance. We're continuing our meeting. Councilmember Jordan's item.
So the discussion on the tax breaks, how come you're creating an apartheid neighborhood in New Orleans?
Yeah, we're moving. We have to keep moving with the agenda. Thank you. Right. Councilmember Drew, so it's your item.
All right, I'm ready to start. Let's get started with item number 16, please. The clerk is done with the roll. I'm happy to entertain anything that pertains to number 16. We're gonna keep on talking. If you think this is gonna start a meeting, you are interfering with our ability to do the people's business right now. You claim to be here to be talking about your operating people and refuse to do their business right now. It is time to move. That's all the business. I mean, you can yelling as much as you want to, but it is time to move on. It says you are interfering with what the work is supposed to do. It is time to move forward to the next thing that is going on. Chief just said, so we have to make sure whatever.
Thank you. I'm gonna say. Okay. Detective Walter, we have to clear it. We have to clear it. We gotta clear it.
I mean.
We gotta clear the council, y'all, sorry. We have to clear the council. We have to continue our meeting. Look, if you want to talk, we'll go outside. We have to continue the council meeting. Well, look, we'll meet you outside. Detective Walton, we have to clear the council. Guys, we can't, you can sit here all you want, but you just cannot disrupt the meeting. You can sit here all you want, you cannot disrupt the meeting. Detective Walton, anyone who's being disrupted can leave. All right. Where'd Councilmember Teresa go on his item? Okay. Your item's up. Yeah, we're good. All right, Councilmember Caruso has made a motion.
All right. I'm willing to sit here and do my item, and do it with the appropriate amount of respect and to conduct the people's business. That's fine. I don't care if you don't have respect for me, but I do have respect for the process and to let people do their business that's here today. So we're going to go forward with the orders of business that are here today. All right, I am ready to move on to public comment, item number 16. So, Mr. Ryan, will you please step forward? Susan Johnson, by Linda London.
Right, detective, they gotta go. You can't disrupt the meeting. Guys, you've got to let us continue with the meeting. All right, you guys gotta go. Thank you. If you're gonna be disruptive, you have to go. We can't continue the disruption. Look, we've heard you out. We've heard you out. We get it. You can't continue to disrupt the meeting. You cannot continue to disrupt the meeting. All right, no, they're not on the agenda. They're not. All right, we're gonna take a quick recess. We're gonna take a quick recess. We'll be back once we have this in order.
People back.
We're now on top of page 29. Ordinance calendar number 34,512 by Councilmember Jerusalem.
Madam Clerk, Madam, excuse me, you're in the chambers. And obviously it's outside.
Yeah, I thought that.
Okay. All right, sorry, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance to temporarily prohibit the possession and consumption of alcoholic beverages in the public area bounded by Esplanade Avenue, Grand Route Street, John Street, and Mystery Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Madam President, we're gonna go forward with this item. Okay, all right. So item 16 has been read. I'll move to adopt. I know we have some public speakers here. Thank you very much for your patience and some online comment. I'll make comment after the comments have been read. I'll go in order. Mr. Ryan, Ms. Johnson, Ms. London, and then Ms. Clevenger may not speak on this item anymore, or she may. Okay, Mr. Ryan, the floor is yours for 2 minutes, sir. Thank you for being here. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Joe. I'm Andrew Ryan, president of Faubourg St. John Neighborhood Association.
Andy, do you mind bringing the mic a little bit closer? Thank you.
Andrew Ryan, president of Faubourg St. John Neighborhood Association. And first off, thank you all for hearing us today. We are, this is a, you know, as I've told Councilman Giarrusso, this is a 10-year plus endeavor in the neighborhood. You know, I've been vice president, president, you know, I've been involved in the neighborhood association over 10 years now. And, you know, Walter Wolfman Parks, which was formerly Forte Park, has become a neighborhood nuisance. And most recently, I want to say about 4 weeks ago, there was actually a murder in the park between a couple of the drunks that, you know, frequent the park, you know, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., you know, daily. So I think that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back in the neighborhood. We've been, you know, we've had mental health people out there. We've had substance abuse people out there. It's not a homeless problem. It's a, you know, problem with people congregating all day, drinking. And, you know, it's become a quality of life issue with, you know, them defecating in the bushes, exposing themselves. You know, one of our past presidents, Linda Landisberg, her and I were walking by the park one day, and one of the gentlemen who had been drinking all day exposed himself to Linda. You know, that's not the thing we need to see in the neighborhood. Much less, we've got 2 schools in the neighborhood, New Harmony and Cabrini. You know, normally when the girls from Cabrini are walking by, a lot of the gentlemen in the park are catcalling them, which is totally unacceptable. I mean, these are teenage girls. Either going to Conseco's or Terra Nova's to get snacks and things like that. You know, so, you know, the neighborhood association has done everything we have possibly could. We've worked with, you know, Parks and Parkways, you know, everybody in the city. And, you know, I think this is, you know, not a temporary, not, excuse me, not a, you know, it's just a temporary, you know, ordinance, see whether this can alleviate some of these problems. You know, it's just, it's gotten to the point where, you know, I've got a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, and we don't even go in the park. Literally, we walk by it because normally there's about 15 individuals in the park that have become, you know, very aggressive towards people walking in the park. And, you know, the business owners, Cafe de Gare, I mean, they'll all say the same thing. So.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, Ms. Johnson, Ms. London, and then Ms. Clucking. Okay.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Historic New Orleans Neighborhoods LLC. I'm not paid to be here. This is not easy. It's not done lightly. It's a big problem. I personally walk past the park every day on my way to Terra Nova, Conseco's, and what with this murder on the night of November 9th, 2023. It's just, we run the full gamut now from all these nuisance, the defecation, alcohol, public alcoholism, and now we're at murder, and there was a stabbing a couple of years ago. If anybody thinks we're just being a bougie neighborhood association, please come to a meeting next Tuesday night at Deutsches House, 1700 Moss, 7 o'clock. And talk to us about it because this problem is critical, and with a lot of sympathy and love for fellow men and women. I mean, it's just, we're just not sure how to live with this problem anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. London, Ms. Clevenger, and then Mr. Johnson.
Hi, I'm Brenda London and I live at 3301 Grand Route, St. John. Walter Wolfman Washington Park was not always a destination park. It was decimated during Hurricane Katrina. Neighbors like Bobby Wozniak and many others came together with a vision to make the park lush and inviting. Thousands of hours and many, many bags of soil, mulch, plantings went into this magical space. It became an oasis where people gathered to picnic and relax. It was wonderful to walk through the park and see kids tossing a ball. Over the years, that has changed and people avoid the park due to fights, shouting, cursing, and being verbally attacked. Lush plantings were removed to discourage urinating and defecating publicly in the park. Despite all attempts, the violent behavior continues. Placing a ban on alcohol is the next logical step to once again make the park inviting to all. I look forward to once again walking through the park and see children playing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Clevenger, and then Mr. Johnson. And then we have online comment.
Good afternoon, council. Happy New Year. Hope we have a peaceful one. I'm Morgan Clevenger. I'm president of Fairgrounds Triangle Neighborhood Association, which is adjacent to Faubourg St. John. The area that's in discussion is used by a wide area. It's not just Faubourg St. John folks, it's Fairgrounds Triangle, it's Gentili, it's people who live up on Esplanade, people who live in the 5th Ward. So this park is quite beautiful and Faubourg St. John has done a lot to maintain it. We went through our own 10-year struggle with alcohol, dope, and guns in Stallings Playground, and it took us a very long time. But part of that was it's a NORD playground, and the rules of NORD facilities and playgrounds and parks say no alcohol, no drugs, no weapons, no violence, no bad language. So I'm not sure if Forte, now Walter Wolfman Washington Park, what purview is it under? But maybe these laws already exist, or these ordinances may exist in some form, but enforcement is going to be the key. And I know the neighborhood association is very supportive of that playground, but we have all gone through it. When we go to the store, when we go to the restaurants, we're dealing with it. Everybody's dealing with it. So it's a well-known problem. I'd also like to take this opportunity, it was not planned, but it's just happening, to acknowledge the 1-year anniversary of our neighbors who were found in their home, murdered a year ago. Giovanna was 14, her father and her uncle. There has been no movement on that case that we know of, but we want to remember them, and especially our young people. But we also want to tie that into the work that we've all done together to reduce gun violence. And we saw that in the paper yesterday, that gun violence has been reduced by 25%. So kudos to everybody on that. And hopefully we can move forward with less violence in our city and peace. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Johnson.
W.C. Johnson from Community United for Change. Wanted to, for ordinance 34-512, I would be in support of that. And I'd like to take the rest of my time to address problems that I'm having with JP's office, leaving messages and not getting back to me. Also, for the the harm that has happened over at Access Television by us not knowing anything about it. This was handled, this decision was made in August, but we didn't know anything about it until the second or third week in December. And they've closed us out, closed us down, but they've kept the council's channel running. So I don't understand what's going on and why we have not been brought into this from the outset, as opposed to giving it to us when they're giving us our ticket out the door.
Well, two things. One, WC, you have my cell phone number, and people close to you have my cell phone number. So I'll talk to my office. That is inappropriate, but I'll resolve that. Two, we had a public meeting in August and a very lengthy process about winding that down, and we are not closing that studio. We're moving it in-house, and there will be availability to continue to have the same programming at a different location to save us money. So we're in the process of transitioning. I'll reach out to you, my office will reach out to you regarding how we're transitioning, but the access will still be there. We're moving the process in-house to save money. So we can talk about that. This is not really germane to the statement. I appreciate you bringing it to everybody's attention, but this was very publicly discussed. Everyone on the access side was very well versed, and you and I can talk offline about how we transition. Okay?
I'm looking for that. Will that be today or tomorrow?
Probably next week. We can't do today's with a council meeting, and I'm booked tomorrow, but you and plenty of people close to you have my cell phone number. You can reach out to me. I'll talk to my office. Not responding is inappropriate, but as far as reaching out to me, you can find me if you want to find me, WC.
All right.
All right.
All right, thank you. Ms. Curran, online comment, please.
Yes, the first comment is from Charles London. He says, for over a decade, Walter Wolfman Washington Park, formerly Forshey Park, has been taken over by vagrants drinking in the park on a daily basis for most of the time each day. The park is essentially not of any use for the residents who take care of it. The police are powerless to do anything about it. This ordinance will allow the police to take action on folks whose only mission in life is to drink all day in Walter Wolfman Washington Park. The vagrants particularly like this park because they have 2 stores directly across from the park to keep their supply of alcohol going. Catherine Gerard says, I fully support the proposed alcohol ban in Walter Wolfman Washington Park. As an FSJNA board member and member of FSJNA Landscape Committee, we have attempted to implement many other resolutions to end the violence, vandalism, public urination, and defecation and harassment taking place in the park over the last several years. Nothing has improved the situation. The individuals responsible for are heavily intoxicated from drinking in the park all day long. There are no bathrooms. The park is located in a residential neighborhood within a couple of blocks of 3 schools and a daycare center. The park is cared for by neighbors who volunteer their labor but aren't able to use the park due to the actions of intoxicated vagrants. The FSJNA board has voted for the alcohol ban after years of thoughtful discussion. Please support us in making the park a safe place for all members of the community. Michael Manning comments, as a father of 2 children who lives in Bayou St. John, I'd love to be able to utilize Walter Wolfman Washington Park with my family, but often do not feel safe enough to do so. I'm certainly no Tito Taylor, but the situation with the guests of this park drinking at all hours of the day has made it so this gem of a park is not able to be enjoyed by a large portion of the neighbors and visitors of the neighborhood. Eileen Tumsek says, I'm a resident of Faubourg St. John. The FSJNA proposal to prohibit alcohol in Walter Wolfman Washington Park should not be passed. The proposal is intended to criminalize unhoused people and people of color who make use of the park. Public consumption of alcohol occurs in other public parks and spaces in the area, including along Bayou St. John and literally everywhere in the streets of Faubourg St. John during Jazz Fest and other events. This type of proposal signals that the city is willing to allow tourists to do whatever they wish in our city, but wants to criminalize and harass residents who are enjoying public spaces. I have also enjoyed pub beverages in Walter Wolfman Washington Park with the picnic purchased from the nearby Conseco's or 1,000 Figs. This proposal could result in uneven police enforcement in which people who are viewed as undesirable are cited for alcohol consumption and others are not. Please do not pass this ordinance. Thank you. Sandra Burchell comments, there should be an alcohol ban in this small neighborhood park. Howard and Lori Torres say, we are tax-paying property owners and residents of the immediate neighborhood of Walter Wolfman, Washington Park. The park simply is not safe for us to enjoy due to the constant loitering and drunken behavior of several individuals who spend all day, every day, drinking alcohol in the park to the point of becoming boisterous, verbally abusive, disruptive, and destructive. The entire community should not be made to suffer because of their actions. It's impossible for those of us who live here to enjoy one of the public amenities which caused us to buy a house and choose to live here. Please give us our park back. Andrew LeGrand says, how will this be enforced? This burdens our public safety officers with more laws to enforce that won't be enforced. The city does not need spot zoning of alcohol-free zones. Stephen and Gretchen Chaplin say, we have a file of backup documents and comments to be submitted, but don't seem to be able to hear. We'll email Councilman Jeruso. Dan Soto says, it's clear that this ordinance is attempting to solve the problem of drug and alcohol use in the area as well as neighborhood safety issues. However, banning alcohol in this park does nothing to solve the root of the problem. By not attempting to solve the root, this ordinance will simply move the problem to another area. It won't eliminate the real problem. On a city level, it's not very neighborly to say, you can't do that here, so go elsewhere in the city and bother other neighbors. I implore the council to start looking for solutions to all problems that work for the entire city, not just one neighborhood. Other neighbors should not be virtual rug of another neighbor. Please don't sweep, eliminate. Thank you. Neil Durantano says, please vote to prohibit alcohol in Walter Wolfman, Washington Park and Esplanade Avenue. The problems associated with irregular loiterers who consume alcohol in the park are well documented. A vote to prohibit alcohol in the park is a vote for public safety. The safety of patrons of nearby businesses, the safety of neighbors, and the safety of children are all at stake. Please do the right thing and vote to prohibit the alcohol in the park. Thank you. Meg McGuire says, I'm very strongly in favor of prohibiting alcohol in Walter Wolfman, Washington Park. My house faces the park and my family and I, along with many dedicated neighbors, worked very hard after Katrina for years to beautify this park. Together, we raised tens of thousands of dollars and put in collectively thousands of hours to create an absolute gem for our neighborhood and our city. We started a festival in the park, Porsche Fest, where Walter Wolfman and Alan Toussaint played every year to support our efforts. The park became the heart of the neighborhood, like a sweet, beautiful town square for everyone to enjoy, a little oasis where one could sit and read, have a coffee, and visit with friends, play chess on the mosaic chess table, have a picnic, etc. People gathered for all kinds of occasions, and we are proud of what we created. Then several years ago, a couple of people started to spend their days in the park, drinking all day and cursing, fighting, yelling, being defecating, throwing up, playing loud music, smoking pot. Drug deals started happening in broad daylight. They had and still have easy access to alcohol with 2 stores across the street. And suddenly our beautiful, enchanting park became constantly occupied by drunks, degrading all of what we had created. Now, everything that was beautiful in the park is gone and the neighbors no longer use it. When I sit on my porch, I hear fighting and loud music instead of children playing and neighbors laughing. I no longer want to sit outside, much less spend time in the park. It doesn't feel safe anymore. Please prohibit alcohol in our park. We have Hannah McDonald, who says, I have lived across from the park for 37 years without serious issue. 3 years ago, excessive alcohol consumption in the park began. Now, when I walk in and out of my house, I hear men threatening to kill my dog. I see people urinating and defecating in bushes almost every day. I was 40 feet away when a person pulled out a rifle from his bag during a fight and was scared out of my mind. Now there has been a death in the park. I've tried talking, I've tried cleaning up the park. I've tried repairing lighting, which just gets broken, and I don't see another option than an alcohol ban. Diane Miller says, oops.
How many more comments, Ms. Khan?
That was the last one.
Okay, well, great. All right. So, members, I just want to start by saying it's been interesting how some have tried to wrongly frame this as either an attack on New Orleans culture or how people should be allowed to live here. I don't think it's our job to substitute opinions or even ideology for longstanding facts and how those who have been adversely affected. We've received complaints about the park dating back to 2020. I heard Mr. Ryan said he's been dealing with it and others for 10 years. We heard today comments from people who live directly near here and might I point out, not people who always agree and have diverse opinions about urinating in the park, defecating in the park, public exposure, fashioning and wielding weapons, including a machete, heard about a rifle. Also in November, a man was found bludgeoned to death at the corner. I think a simple question is, who would want to live next to that? And if we're talking about a citywide issue, then I would submit this is a citywide issue. Nobody would want to live next to that. Neighbors have repeatedly and consistently expressed frustration that they can no longer use the park because of health and safety concerns. And I want to emphasize too, that just a couple of years ago, the neighbors in this neighborhood association were pretty evenly split about what should happen. And obviously the pendulum has swung because of the uptick in violence and other incidents that have happened. We've tried to work with the health department to help people who are there, with the neighborhood association, with neighbors, businesses, Department of Park and Parkways, NOPD, and other neighbors for a long time. One of the comments said that this is a last resort and we are treating it that way. I'd like to emphasize that number one, this is a temporary individual day ban that expires in 2025, and it's only within the boundaries of Walter Wolfman Park. Number two, it is not a total ban of alcohol. If you want to have alcohol in the park, apply for a special events permit, and you are more than welcome to celebrate responsibly there. And last, we frequently pass legislation to make sure that certain rules are tightened. And we're doing that in this instance to make sure that the neighbors who have lived closely near here, and as we would want other neighbors to live, have a high quality of life and can use public resources as anybody else in the city would want to do. Councilmember Green, you want to add something?
Councilmember Jeruso, I'm gonna add something, but I was almost gonna take my sign down to say something. I just want to say that I appreciate your legislation and it's the beginning. I just look forward to the day when we don't have to tell children that they shouldn't go to a particular park because they're gonna be threatened. I look forward to the day when we can say to them that you can go under any interstate in the city and not have to worry about needles, not have to worry about drugs, not have to worry about people harassing you. This is just a small part in this one particular park, but just in general, maybe this can be the year when we really give more attention to the parks and some of the limitations that we have on families participating in activities and visiting the parks. As we improve in our city, as crime goes down, as we see more construction going on because projects are taking place and people are building houses, I hope that as part of that enhancing the quality of life, all of our parks will be viewed for what they should be. Places where families and children and people can access and relax and not have to worry about harassment, drugs, inebriated people and the like harassing them while they enjoy the park. There are some beautiful parks in our city and every one of them should be as beautiful as the most beautiful. I appreciate this legislation. It's the beginning. I hope that maybe the message will get out that the city is going to be enforcing more those bans which make possible the enjoyment of our parks by everybody. So thank you for your comments. And I just couldn't help but comment on that because we have a couple of parks in my district and I'm sick of saying, and we have interstates. I'm sick of saying that children shouldn't go there. Children should be able to walk under the interstate from St. Bernard Avenue to Canal Street at any time that they want. They should be able to go to any park that they want and not have to worry about harassment and not have to worry about their families telling them it's not the right thing to do. So again, this is just the beginning in this particular park, but I hope that this year that we'll have a bit more focus on using these great resources such as Walter Wolfman Park for family activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Invite everybody then to come to the Walter Wolfman celebration. All right. I need, I think, 3 more. No. 7 yeas, no nays, passed unanimously. Thank you all very much.
Clerk, let me take a point of personal privilege. Ahmed, can you come? So I'm giving you a point of personal privilege that I'm allowing. You have 2 minutes and you can start when you're ready.
All right, I appreciate it.
You're here discussing the tax exemption for Shell, the same Shell that fuels the US military, which has been aiding in the Palestinian genocide. The genocide that has murdered 219 members of my family. Why are you allowing Shell to catch a break with this tax exemption? Do you provide the people of your community with that same tax break? Shell, at the end of last year, announced they were doing layoffs. So are they just gonna use us and abuse us and let us go whenever they seem fit? We always talk about how bad New Orleans is when it comes to crime and lack of community, but we kind of seem to be the cause of that. We don't fund schools the way they should be. We don't fund affordable housing, healthcare, but we can fund a corporation like Shell because they need it. If we want less crime in the city, we need to work on nourishing our community. We need to work on our kids so together we can create a better New Orleans. Stop funding Shell, who funds genocide, and start funding our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember King?
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I would also like to take a brief personal privilege to acknowledge the men of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Tomorrow is their Founders Day, their 113th Founders Day, and we have a couple of distinguished guests who are going to come quickly present. At the table, we have joining us Senior Grand Vice Pole Mark Robert L. Jenkins, Kappa Foundation President Mr. Michael Dubose, Mr. Jerome Smith, Southwestern Province Pole Mark, New Orleans very own Gary Huntley, New Orleans alumni Pole Mark. Huntley used to help me out. I'm the young buck working for the city council. And Mr. Theo Sanders, New Orleans Alumni Committee leader and foundation director, and Mr. Alonzo Knox, state representative. So at this time, we'll turn the floor to these men, and we do have a couple proclamations to present once you're done.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Robert Jenkins, and I'm the Senior Grand Vice Pole Mark for Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. We're here in New Orleans over the next few days celebrating our National Founders Day. We were founded January 5th, 1911 on the campus of Indiana University. Tomorrow marks 113 years of glorious achievement at our fraternity. We're delighted that New Orleans has been selected to be our host. We've enjoyed our stay thus far. We look forward to the next few days to make an impact on this community, to move it forward consistent with our fundamental purpose. Thank you.
I also want to acknowledge Mr. Jeffrey Gates, City Attorney's Office. Thank you. Any other comments, Mr. Sanders?
Thank you, Councilmember King. Good evening, good afternoon to all the council members. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here today. We're very excited to host our 16th National Founders Day here in New Orleans. As mentioned, we have been graced for the national chapter to come to New Orleans to show them a good time, as we do. One of the things that we did just before here, not just having a good time, but giving back to the community as well. We attended an event at the New Orleans Mission where we provided a check presentation to 6 organizations that will feed 500,000 meals. So we're very excited to be able to give back to the community during this particular conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, my name is Michael DeBose, and I'm the president and chairman of the board of the Kappa Alpha Psi Foundation, National Foundation. It represents our entire fraternity worldwide. We were very happy to support the community initiative today, representing what we do and giving back to each and every community that we are in. And over 1,000 plus brothers will be here this weekend in New Orleans. My wife is from New Orleans, so putting in applause from her as a homegirl here. And we're just so happy to serve and not be served. And we're happy to be here in the city of New Orleans this weekend.
Hey, thank you for having us. My name is C. Jerome Brown. I'm from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I'm the Southwestern Province hallmark, which represents 5 states here in the province. That is Mississippi, Louisiana, of course, Arkansas, New Mexico, and Texas. Since 1930, we have been organized as a province, and this local chapter has been here since 1936. So we're very proud of our lineage here and the things that we've been able to do to make an impact in Greater New Orleans. So thank you for having us, and we look to further make an impact in this community.
Thank you.
And
One last comment. First of all, it's good to see all of you again. I just want to add to what Brother Sanders and the others have said. So this morning was actually the beginning of what we contributed to this local community. We've also committed 1,911 socks for the homeless. That was presented today. You're going to read and see that we're going to be donating books in the room to read. We'll be doing that at Hines Elementary School. And we also are going to do a learn to live for some of our young men as teach them the appropriate way to interact with law officers. And again, last and certainly not least, the economic impact that we're happy to bring to this city with the thousands of members of our fraternity that are going to be here. We are happy as the local chapter to host this event, and we're proud to have been selected. Thank you.
And I also want to highlight the senior blanket giveaway that you all are also participating in at St. Martin Manor, 1501 North Johnson Street. So thank y'all. Anyone else? Any other comments? I'm gonna leave anyone else. I'll just quickly ask Councilman to say a quick thank you, and we'll continue with our meeting. Councilman Thomas.
To Chairman DuBose, Regional Leader Brown, and President Sanders. As I look back on my life, I never pledged, but your brother Terrence Red of Los Angeles, California, UCLA School of Engineering was one of my better friends. Matter of fact, I saved his life on Crenshaw Avenue, right? But the good thing about those days was that I played ball in New Mexico, and of course he was in LA, and I could always go play in the summer leagues in LA, Los Angeles, and make more money there than I could coming home, unfortunately. But the thing I remember about the Kappa House on Crenshaw, if some of you guys remember that, was that it wasn't just a place where Terrence and his brothers congregated. There was always mentoring. There was always book giveaways. And for someone who wasn't from there, who was adopted by the chapter and adopted by him and the brothers there, it was always a safe place. Because back then in the 80s, you knew what Los Angeles was like with the colors and the Crips and the Bloods and the Pyrus. And for me, I always felt like that chapter, your brothers gave someone who wasn't from that community a space where I could be safe and a space where I could give back. So I may not be a member, but your membership is part of investing and helping save my life and inspiring my life. So thank y'all for what y'all do.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you and good morning. We are so pleased that you are here in New Orleans celebrating this on this weekend. We appreciate what you've already done for our city. For those who have come from other cities, I just want you all to take the word back that we appreciate the work that Kappas do here in the city of New Orleans. Even amongst the group that you have there, distinguished state representatives, entrepreneurs, attorneys, and board members, and people who have done positive things in our community. So we appreciate that work that you all continue to do. And as you celebrate, we're so honored that you're here in the city of New Orleans. Thank you for the many, many decades of great work that you've done throughout our nation and our state and city. And I look forward to celebrating with you this weekend. I'll certainly see you at an activity or two. But thank you very much for being here today. And thank you, Councilman King, for this special honor where we can recognize those in our community and those who come from other places to celebrate in our community this weekend. Thank you, Kappas. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I appreciate y'all being here today. I think what speaks volumes about the success of a fraternity is the personal and professional achievements of its members. And the people standing before me today are really pillars of our New Orleans community. and speaks very well to what one can expect of a Kappa man. What I will say is, when I look at some of your more nationally recognized members, people like Colin Kaepernick and John Singleton, I mean, Cedric the Antenna, I mean, take it or leave it, I guess. I'm about to get some hate for that one, by the way, I'm not saying it, but it's tremendous how important the opportunities that a Greek fraternity can give to young people, especially in a college environment, that provides direction. And the lifelong ties made by pledging really are something that I think are really undervalued. And as I said, I look at the guys in front of me. I did not pledge Kappa, but I do have two sons. So maybe one of them will make a better decision than I did. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Great to see all of you. First, how wonderful to have the Founder's Day hosted right here in the city of New Orleans. So that's fantastic. And I wanted to thank you, of course, for the service that you'll do while you are here, helping with different community events and things like that. But more than anything, I want to thank you all for what you do year-round in our community. You all, the Kappas, are always present. And Council Vice President Morrell, there's one member that I know is going to be celebrating with you all, and that's our Congressman Troy Carter. No doubt about it, as we know that he's a member as well, and he'll be celebrating with you this weekend. So once again, congratulations on your Founder's Day. I hope you have a lovely weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for having your Founder Day here and your celebrations here and for everything that you do. I went to the University of Virginia, which has a strong Kappa contingent and continues to have a strong history of Kappas. And, we had a lot of fun back at UVA. So, I just want to say thank you all for being here and congratulations on continuing your legacy.
Thank you.
I'm gonna echo what everybody else said, which is, look, I appreciate the day-to-day work that I see that everybody in this group does. I mean, whether you're serving in public office, whether you're working on boards or commissions, whether you're hosting people for Bayou Classic in your parking lot in order to get the, I mean, this is what it does. And I think the collection of people together who choose to be together and have that fellowship, friendship, and camaraderie is so incredibly important in doing all the good work that you do in a community, and hopefully have a little fun while you're here in New Orleans on Founder's Day too. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna echo what everyone else said. Thank you for the service, not just today and, when it's highlighted, but things y'all do every day. We know Theo does stuff all throughout the year with the community. Some other men are part of the organization, Mr. Brother Knox, state rep, who does a lot of stuff, Congressman Carter. Council President Morrell mentioned some of y'all famous members. He, like Michael Jordan, so that's the wrong fraternity. But y'all do a lot of.
See, it's okay. He wanted to be a cop.
He did, okay. But y'all do a lot of great stuff. So we'll quickly present these proclamations, take a picture. Maybe Miss when she's gone, and we have some WWL right there. They want to take some pictures and interview y'all once y'all put some positive stuff on the news before y'all head out. So thank y'all.
Yeah, I was gonna say for the record, Mr. Thomas, it's never too late to join the fraternity. Just by the way, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Congressman Carter did want to be here, but he sends his regrets. Thank you. What's this? I'm a friend. Yeah. Get some pictures out.
I also want to shout out Brother Graham. I overlooked Judge Graham. Thank y'all. And perhaps Miss Courtney Williams with WDSU. Should I have- I would send Ms. Williams with a pink and green, have a good interview with the members of ASI. Thank you. Chuck.
Council members, we're now going to page 31. At the top of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,516 has been deferred to January 18th and referred to the Budget Committee. At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,517 by Council members King, Thomas, and Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development for a term of no more than 10 years for the public purpose of transferring ownership of State Route LA 47, known in parts as Parish Road and Hain Boulevard, from its intersection with the Interstate 10 North Service Road to its intersection with Diamond Road, and a portion of State Route LA 428, known in parts as Nunez Street and Verrett Street, from the Jefferson Parish line to its intersection with Lamarck Street, from the state of Louisiana to the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in a cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have representation from DPW and DOTD to kind of expound on this a little bit.
Council President Morrell, good day, council members. I just wanted to come forth with Scott Bull from Department of Transportation. They brought forth a project schedule for us to look at decorative lighting of Crest City Connection. And in exchange for the city's participation of $8 million, we had an opportunity to do a road, a right-of-way exchange for Hain Boulevard. Hain Boulevard was very important to me and the administration right now simply because of the Lincoln Beach project. We were doing traffic studies on that took a long period of time. And what we wanted to do to be able to facilitate that project schedule moving forward with the 10 acres across the street, Hain Boulevard, and then the railroad bridge that we're looking at is to use that in exchange for the city's contribution to lighting of the bridge. So with that, I've got with me Shannon Blanks, who's the Deputy Director of DPW, and Dan Jantris from Office of Resilience and Sustainability that's working the transportation studies, and Scott Bull. And at this time, I turn over to Scott to just give you the scope of the project and get your support for moving the ordinance for the mayor to sign the CEA.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to present here this afternoon. My name is Scott Boyle. I'm the District Engineer Administrator for DOTD. I've worked in various capacities for the department for the last 28 years. The project that we're talking about is a rehabilitation of the decorative lights on both Crescent City Connection, Bridge number 1 and 2, This was a system that had been in operation for the better part of 30 years. After Hurricane Ida, the system was destroyed, and from obvious reasons of the weather, but also just from the general wear and tear over that time frame. We've worked very hard to keep that system up and try to maintain it to the best of our abilities, but unfortunately, Hurricane Katrina took it out. We looked at a number of different alternatives to try to repair it again, and the amount of money that we would have put into that particular project would have, to try and fix it, would not have even come close to what we could do to do a new system using LED lights, using programmable lights. It can be changed remotely. It can turn different colors for different events and seasons. So the department approached the city, and we started looking at this project. We had a consultant design the project with DOTD funds. We used Majeski and Masters, and they came up with a project that they recently finished design on. And the estimated cost of the project is $16 million. And the intent of working diligently on this project was to try to get these lights back up and running for the Super Bowl, which is going to be in approximately 1 year. The amount of time that we anticipate this project on taking will be about that same amount of time. So we're really working and trying to fast track and get this project moving. We went out for bids in December of last year, and we had no bidders at that time. We've since met with our consultant and taken feedback from our prospective bidders, as well as the consultant who designed the project. And it's our intention to advertise this project again within the next few weeks, preferably by the end of this month. So we're still working, and we're hopeful that with this rebid that we're going to be advertising soon, that we'll be in a position to have a prospective bidder in the near future.
Any questions from the dais? Oh, Mr. Direct? Any online comments? Well, I do have a question. So lights on the bridge, where would this be from? Where, like, what's the distance of the lights? Where would it start? Where would it stop? The new decorative lights?
This project is strictly going to address the decorative lights, and it's going to be from one end of the bridge to the other. It includes the lighting on the top chord, which is the top portion of the bridge, the lighting that goes down the bridge, lighting that points up and shines onto the bridge from the bridge deck. So this is only going to take care of the decorative lighting.
All right, and I just wanted to get some clarity on the street, the road swap, if you will, on between on Nunez at the Jefferson Parish line to Lamarck Street. So that's state right now. So the city's going to take over that strip.
Yes, this is a 0.44 mile. It's a very small section that includes a roundabout, and it crosses Mardi Gras Boulevard, and it's near the river, right under the Crescent City Connection Bridge on the West Bank side.
Okay, it starts at the Gretna. It starts at the Gretna line and goes into Algiers.
Yes.
All right.
And I think,
Councilman Moreno had a comment.
Councilman Moreno, I think that, just starting these discussions last year with, Scott at the Department of Transportation, open up the gate to other conversations about, some of the public safety issues we have with fires under the down ramps of the interstate, working on updating all our agreements with Department of Transportation, and also working on, possibilities of future road swaps if it makes good sense for the city and for the state. So
just a quick question. I know we're only talking about this particular section of our area, but what is the latest on getting other parts of the interstate lit up? Because we get probably complaints about that, council members daily, and pictures sent to us about how dark our interstates are, things like that. What's the latest on this?
I'll let Scott talk about some of the construction or engineering problems they got on the I-10 where they had to de-energize some of those lights. I think soon as some of his projects are complete, we can the city can go back and get those street lights working. Some of the other areas of, I think in the east, we had issues with vandalism. As you know, we worked with Councilmember Harris on the secondary salvage ordinance where they actually cut the street lights off. And we have to replace the poles or the cabinets, and they're pulling the wires out of the cabinets. So we're constantly working on that. I know Shannon's got that. We got another street light contract out right now that's right.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you in a second, but I think what we're looking for is more of a timeline. You know, when are the lights gonna come back on? Because they've been out for too long.
And I think, Council Vice President, we've got I know the Public Works meeting coming up on the 16th. We'll have a detailed, project schedule for you. We're working on that right now.
So hold tight, I'm gonna have to wait for that meeting.
No, I can get it to you sooner. I mean,
Yeah.
Shannon, we'll get it
Yeah,
to you soon.
like a timeline, yeah, that'd be great. And then if you can send me that in advance, I'll have better questions as well for the Public Works meeting.
Sure.
Go ahead.
We have a large section of lights that are out on Interstate 10 in the vicinity of Airline, the Airline Carrollton interchange, as well as by Canal Boulevard. We've been in fairly frequent communication with Councilman Jeruso's office. His constituents have been very concerned about this, as well as other constituents that are in y'all's districts. We have a major sign cross project going on along I-10. This is to replace these large green signs on the interstate that are up on monopoles or on sign trusses. And in order for the contractor to perform some of this work, they had to de-energize the lighting system. And due to a number of different complications that we've had, it is prolonged a bit further than we had been anticipated. We now anticipate that the section that I just referred to along I-10 around Airline and Carrollton, Canal Boulevard, should be back operational by the end of January. And that's going to be weather permitting, but that's what we're anticipating. We're very mindful that a number of people are anxious to get these lights back on, and we're working with our contractor to try to facilitate that, to make that happen.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Time to make a motion. I'm sorry, Councilmember Green. This is a little bit off this topic, but I'm just gonna ask Mr. Brett to work with the Department of Transportation and Development to look at this agreement that we have relative to maintenance under interstates, under elevated interstates, which is, for example, along Claiborne Avenue, a state thoroughfare. To me, it should be the responsibility of the state. However, I know it's a little bit more complex than that. I just want to tell you that I'll bring it up sometime in the future, but I'd like to know what we can do better to work with the state so that we address some of those concerns that are under that. We can't continue to burden sometimes the city with maintenance of structures that aren't of our making. I'm trying to use my words very carefully. The state has a responsibility under those bridges.
And I
The state
think,
has a responsibility along state thoroughfares that I'd like to see enhanced. And maybe this is an opportunity to work with the new governor and the new Department of Transportation and Development head to get some of that done.
I agree with you, and I think, me and Scott have had those conversations already. I wanted to actually look at all the state CEAs and agreements that we have right now with the city. And if it's more convenient for the city to do the maintenance on those, underpasses, we just look for, equitable funding to be able to support that. But we're working right now on making that happen.
Okay.
We've already started talking with Parks and Parkways.
All right, thank you. Councilman Drew.
I'm sorry, I just, before I publicly blast the information that I heard, because I want to be able to do that, I just want to make sure, Mr. Boyle, thank you for all responding as well for the people at the table too. That it also will include Pontchartrain Expressway from the Regional Planning Commission at, I guess, Veterans and Pontchartrain through Airline too. I heard Canal Boulevard and Airline, but I want to make sure I'm describing the right place.
Yes, that's all on one system of lighting and anything that's on that system, which I believe does include, that does extend further to the west, will also be re-energized once the sign project. If there are other issues, once we're re-energized, then those will have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Certainly understand that, but I think you're gonna have some excited people to hear by the end of January. That's some welcome news beginning of the new year. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you.
All right.
Can I make a motion? Can I get a second? Councilmember Harris properly seconds. 6 yeas, no nays, motion adopted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now gonna go to top of page 35. We have motion M 2024-3. This has been deferred to January 18th. At the bottom of the page, we have motion M 24-4 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Submitting for council approval the following amendments to the classified pay plan, sewage and water board, hiring rates, new classification, utility service manager, senior service manager, service administrator, senior service administrator, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of November 13th, 2023, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, that the amendment to the classified pay plan is approved to be effective January 8th, 2024.
Sorry, members, there are 3 motions in a row. I've asked to bypass the budget committee on these specifically because A, we've raised the rates and hiring for people inside City Hall, but for sewage and water board employees who are doing the work described, such as utility service manager, service administrator, working with the advanced metering infrastructure, technicians, operation hiring rates, those men and women who are actually on the ground doing the hard work, their rates have not been raised. And so we want to make sure as we start off the new year, raising pay for those inside City Hall, that we're recognizing those doing tough, difficult work under trying conditions who are our sister agencies as well. So Mr. Nelson, do you want to speak about these very quickly? I know we've been keeping you here and your team here for a while, but I know you want to describe in a little bit of detail the work that the folks are doing in order to get pay raises today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate council considering this, and thank you, Councilmember Jeruso, for bringing this up as the chair of budget. These classification raises and the positions that are being created here are going to address some longstanding issues with inequity in pay for folks that are doing some of the most challenging work within the Sewage and Water Board. In particular, this represents a large body of employees at the Sewage and Water Board. But I did want to recognize, and if you gentlemen and Sheena would stand up and come up here right quick, I do want to recognize these are the folks that lead networks, which when you see the yellow and the white trucks and the out in the city, these are the individuals that have been working tirelessly through the hottest summer on record, closing 25,000 work orders with 1 heat-related injury. That's working smart and hard. That's leadership, and that's this work. I also want to point out this raise isn't coming to first-time hires. You're looking at almost 250 years of experience and service to the city of New Orleans. And I want to call out by name some of these folks, starting with Zone 1, Dan Eaglin. Zone 2 is Ernest Smith. Zone 3 is James Gatman, but Demetrius Jones is standing in for him. Zone 4, we've got Mr. Derek Moore. Zone 5, Mark McCasey. Zone 6, Byron Scott. Zone 7, Charles Mallett. And Zone 8, Mr. Tyrone Hall. Richard Stanwood handles all of our inspections. Sheena Walker runs the administration of our office. Unfortunately, Ashraf Abdelbaki couldn't be here at this moment, but I wanted to be sure that you saw the faces of the folks that are doing the hardest work and have been doing it for decades. And I wanted to thank you and publicly thank them. Any questions?
I can, without even looking at the screen, I know that Councilmember Green is going to want to talk about employment. Am I right?
Right. There we go. Oh, absolutely. Nothing has changed.
Did anybody go to St. Aug?
Well,
Get that out of the way.
I want to tell you all how modest I was in that last group of Kappas who was here. There was a St. Aug graduate, but I didn't bring it up because but that's it. I'm finished with that now. Every time I see somebody, I'm gonna bring it up. But I just wanted to let you all know that I see your work. I have an opportunity to share information in my newsletter and also to tell people when I go to community meetings that, don't listen sometimes to the hype in the media that suggests that nothing is going on out there. A lot is going on. And it's your work that I've got to tell you that's kind of unrecognized, that is greatly appreciated. I see you in the rain. I see you at night. I see you on Sundays working. I see your people working when there's been an emergency that the public has called about. I do take pictures, but there's not enough pictures that I can share because you all are out there 24 hours a day. I appreciate the work that you're doing. Mr. Nelson, thank you for bringing those persons who are here today. It's important for us to recognize the fact that there's a lot that goes on every day involving the city. And you can always find one problem here or one problem there. But if you look collectively at the work that's being done by persons such as yourself, it makes us a better city, and I'm appreciative of your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And I will remind everyone that there are great job opportunities available at the Sewage and Water Board and at the City of New Orleans. They all pay benefits, they all have good hourly rates, and they all have retirement packages. And the work is something that's making a difference in enhancing the quality of life for all of the citizens of our city. I encourage everyone to consider and to share information on those job opportunities available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Harris.
Steve, thank you. You said 25,000 issues resolved, probably 19,000 came from my office and Matt. So I just want to thank your entire team. We have seen a marked improvement with your leadership and with your team on issues resolved every single day. We can't thank you enough. The citizens can't thank you enough. And so I'm happy to see your faces here because I know that you're out there doing the work. So thank you all.
All right. We don't have any comments. So I will move for approval, second by Councilmember Green. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
We're now at the top of page 36. We got motion M 24-5 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting for council approval the following amendments to the classified pay plan, sewage and water board, class titles, automated meter infrastructure, technician, trainee, technician, specialist, master, specialist, manager, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of December 18th, 2023, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, that the amendment to the classified pay plan is approved to be effective January 8th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion M 24-6 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting for council approval the following amendments to the classified pay plan, sewage and water board, operations hiring rate, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of December 18th, 2023, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, that the amendment to the classified pay plan is approved to be effective January 8th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move, second by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno, do you want to go back and start in a regular order, or where would you like to go?
We can go back to regular order unless there are any other council members that had scheduled items. No scheduled items, then regular order is fine.
Go to page 4. We have approval of the minutes. December 1st, 2023, December 13th, 2023, special, and December 14th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved. It's been seconded by Councilmember Green.
Mr. Thompson.
6 yeas, no nays.
The consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Douglas L. Cohen for Car Wash Blues LLC, 5516 Chapatula Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, January 18th. On top of page 5, we have a communication from Douglas L. Cohen for Car Wash Blues LLC, 5518 Chapatula Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, January 18th. We have a communication from Douglas L. Cornick for Car Wash Blues LLC, 5524 Chapatula Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, January 18th. We have a communication from Jan Jeffries, Infrastructure Projects Administrator, Office of Resilience and Sustainability, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to Public Works Committee. On top of page 6, we have a communication from Kong V. Vu, New Orleans Police Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have a communication from Danita Jackson's Maternal Child Health Administrator, New Orleans Health Department. This should be marked received and referred to the Public Works Committee. We have a communication from Amanda Aubrey, Executive Assistant to CIO, Office of Information Technology and Information, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Utilities Committee. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Lisa D. Alexis, Director of Office of Cultural Economy, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Jason Whalen, Director of Practice Management, Concordia, 500 Piety Street. This should be marked received and referred, and a hearing date set for February 2nd. February 1st. A hearing date is set February 1st. We have a communication from Angela Gilbert Soccer, Clerk, Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This should be marked received. On top of page 8, we have a communication from Amy B. Trapani, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 9, we have a communication from Amy B. Trapani, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 10, we have a communication from Amy B. Trapani, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 11, we have a communication from Amy B. Trapani, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trapani, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 12, we have a communication from Amy B. Trapani, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 13 at the bottom, we have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, 5514 through 24 Chapatula Street. This should be marked received. On top of page 14, we have the report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, January 18th. On top of page 15, ordinance calendar number 34,501 by Councilmember Jerusalem, 1400 South Carrollton Avenue, zoning docket 7323. We have ordinance calendar number 34,502 by Councilmember Harris, 3417 through 3423 South Liberty Street, zoning docket 7723. We have ordinance calendar number 34,503 by Councilmember Jerusalem, municipal address 9375 Airline Highway, zoning docket 7923. At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,504 is going to be taken off of the consent agenda because of an amendment, and it will come up on page 26. We have ordinance calendar number on top of page 17. We have ordinance calendar number 34,518. This ordinance will be taken off of the consent agenda and it will come up later in the meeting on page 32. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
I've got public comment. Hang on. Okay, let's take Zachary Copland. So they go get 2 minutes. Zachary Copland still here? No. Yep, put him to the side. Sage France? Sage? Right, no Sage. Nicholas Boyd? No Nicholas Boyd. Morgan Clavenger, I don't see her. Someone with the initials MEB? Michael Eric. Come over here. You just need to put Michael. Michael, MEB, come on.
That's 2215 Felicity, right under the MEB. I know you have visited my home and you should recognize the
You're
address.
for 2 items, you have 2 minutes.
I do. Thank you very much. I appreciate your generosity of spirit. So part of me is up here doing what I've always done, which is beat a drum, but let me try to beat it slightly differently. I was watching tree cutting going down Jackson Avenue in response to the Zulu parade that's going to be going down there. So the tree cutting is being done by the city of New Orleans. And the city of New Orleans, in order to cut the trees in Jackson Avenue, had rented 2 bucket trucks. They weren't city trucks, they were rentals. And in order to have a bucket truck, in order to engage in a physical act that the city would like to do, they went out of their way to rent the equipment they need. And it dawned on me that the city could rent a bucket truck to come and take care of my wonderful traffic light on the corner of Felicity and Magnolia. I am very slow, but I do notice my environment. And it would be really nice if that traffic light was removed entirely, and if that can't be done, that it was moved to the new pole, and like the old pole was removed because it's rotted and otherwise being held up by a strap. So leaving aside the light that we've been discussing for more than half a year now, let's segue over to number 19, where we're talking about something new, which is swapping land. And I read a newspaper article, so I'm going to make some assumptions that may be inaccurate, and I may need to be corrected. But it's my understanding that Topgolf wants Melpomene Street basically moved because they need an extra 20 feet for the driving range. And Melpomene is a fancy word from MLK, and MLK and Melpomene are the same street. They just sort of changed names at St. Charles for various reasons that we won't go into too deeply. But it dawns on me that Melpomene doesn't really need to run into Tchoupitoulas at all, because not very many people use that intersection down there. And we could save ourselves apparently $31 million if we just chopped Melpomene off and said, you know, Topgolf, you can have Melpomene, and we're not going to reroute the street, and we're going to save some money for our culture bearers.
Thank you, Michael. Matt Ryan. Mr. Ryan, you've been waiting a long time. Thank you for your patience. You have 2 minutes.
It is indeed a pleasure. My name is Matt Ryan. I live at 1017 UTERP. I'm vice president of the Lower Garden District Association, and I really appreciate that y'all recognize the Congo kids. Jefferson and Abel Smith are 2 of my little partners, and I've been knowing them since they were born, and I was quite surprised to see that. I could not disagree more with the previous speaker. The reason I'm speaking right now is I think it's premature for the council to have the Melpomene land swap in the consent decree, because normally y'all are the grantor of zoning and sort of provide oversight for provisos and stuff. But this is an entirely different situation. It was approved by the CPC pending a DOTD survey. There's a law that says that the DOTD provides oversight and sort of owns anything that's within a quarter mile of the exit of an interstate or a state highway. And so I think they erred when they approved it with that proviso, sending it to you. I think they should have waited to get that survey and get DOT approval and then send it to you. I think you would be putting it into some kind of a never land if you put it on the deal and then say DOTD in their infinite wisdom says you can't do it. And then all of a sudden you have Topgolf wanting to sue you and RD&I wanting to sue you. And all of a sudden the city's up for a bunch of money in lawsuits. So I would respectfully ask you to drop the Melpomene land swap from the consent decree today. And when it gets DOT approval, put it back in, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any more public comment cards. Anything online, Anita? No, okay, thank you. So with that, there's been a motion by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, 5 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted.
On top of page 18, we're gonna defer this matter because we have not received a letter from the applicant to withdraw it, so it'll be deferred to January 18th. On top of page 19, the matter zoning docket 6523 dies. On top of page 20, the legislative grouping zoning docket 8523 has been deferred to January 18th, as well as motion line over M23 558 has been deferred to January 18th. On top of page 21, all matters, the legislative grouping, street name change 423 has been deferred to January 18th, as well as motion line over M23 566 has been deferred to January 18th. On top of page 22, all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to January 18th. Ordinance calendar number 34,347 has been deferred to January 18th. On top of page 23, the legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,385 has been deferred to January 18th. Motion line over M23 426 has been deferred to January 18th, as well as on top of page 24, motion line over M23 427 has been deferred to January 18th. On top of page 25, ordinance calendar number 34,393 has been continued indefinitely. This matter will no longer be on the agenda unless a council member sends a letter to the clerk's office asking that it return to the agenda. Ordinance calendar number 34,491 has been withdrawn.
So ordered, but I do have, I want to take a point of personal privilege real quick because I have questions on this. I see that the development team is here. Who can answer questions for the developers? You can, whoever can come to the front. Hey, Mr. James, good afternoon.
How you doing, Councilwoman?
I'm good, thanks. Okay, so I read this article last night, that Verite posted. And I'm trying to get an understanding as to what happened after we had our council meeting. And I believe that was December 1st, right? Was that December 1st when we had the council?
Yeah.
And then after that, there was a meeting of, I believe, the sub-district and the EDD, correct?
Yeah.
So explain to me what happened in that particular meeting.
So I actually wasn't present for that part of it, so I did at least ask Ms. Hernandez to come up just on that piece, because I
No
wasn't sure what question you had, so I apologize.
Sounds good. Ms. Hernandez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, the Economic Development District, has two council members on it, the district council member and the at-large council member, whoever that is at that time. And they basically represent the city council. There was consideration.
And this is the EDD?
Yes, this is the EDD, because I want to be clear about that. So, in our efforts, this is a massive project, totally a public-private partnership, because it takes a little bit of everybody to develop 40 acres on the river that's been vacant for such a long time. And so we have been working for months with the Convention Center, with the Office of Economic Development through the mayor's office, and with the district council member. In certain instances where there were items that had to procedurally go through additional council members, we then met with them and had additional input. So at the end of the day, we were trying to create a cooperative endeavor agreement so that everybody was at the table. In the EDD, the Economic Development District, it did not require that the city council beyond the district council member and at large have a seat, because that's the representation. But what we were attempting to do, because we know that this is a massive undertaking, is to have everybody work together. We have shown that throughout. In every part of what we've done, we've tried to lead with equity. We have gone over and above and been meeting the requirements. 30% participation of SEB-DBE over what's required. Our commitment to affordable, the minimum is 10%. We're at 40% affordable and additional 10 workforce. Why? This stuff is hard, but we're doing it because we know that's what makes New Orleans. If the convention center, one of our economic engines, is trying to attract and stay as number one, new conventions, we need everybody to work together. And so that was our intent.
Disagree with anything that you said.
Oh, no, exactly. And so that was our intent, to have all three parties work together. It was
And
not.
who are the three parties?
The parties are the convention center. And that is through the Economic Development District, right? The developer and the city.
And the city, right?
Yes.
So then,
when there was trepidation at that meeting.
At the council meeting?
At the council meeting in question. We just continue to move forward because we have to. Not saying we don't want the city to be a partner, absolutely. Especially with our affordable housing commitments, we can't do that by ourselves. And so we're open for consideration. It just wasn't available to move forward at that time. And we have obligations on the developer side with our master development agreement with the convention center and timelines on when we have to produce. So that's what we're doing.
So, and the reason why I'm asking these questions is because I'm just getting some documents in from those particular meetings. We've been trying to get them in the past, but we just got them today. And obviously I saw some that were in verite. So I apologize if some of my questions may seem kind of, you know, behind the 8 ball or elementary or whatever, but I'm just trying to understand this. So explain to me kind of the conversation, the decision-making process around let's cut the city out. Or the city council, like, how did that come about? I mean, or was it?
We weren't ever, the reason we were here, we never wanted to cut the city out. We volunteered to bring the city in. In fact, members of the city's economic development department and others have been with us with the convention center, trying to work to bring the city in and make sure we're there. We welcome that. That is what we want. But if you're not prepared at this particular point in time, and we have other deadlines that we have to meet contractually with the convention center, then we have to keep moving. But we welcome you to be a participant.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure that we're understanding each other.
Yep.
And you and I have known each other for many, many years.
Yep.
So because at the council meeting where the city, the CEA, I think had only been on, you know, the consideration agenda, I think like for a few days, right? Because we said this is like pretty lengthy, obviously, like we were getting input from the public, and we said, we want to take a pause on this. And already we were like, it was moving super fast with the pilot. We said we wanted to take a pause on this. You all viewed it like the council / the city doesn't want to be part of this, that we were saying we want to be out of this.
I'm gonna say that we felt and that you weren't ready and prepared at this point in time.
And so then you all chose to cut us out?
We never cut you out. We just said we have to keep.
But there was a vote, right?
There was a vote, but we needed all parties at that time, so we had to keep moving. Now, we're open, as we remain today, to have you enter an agreement in partnership.
So
at that point in
I can
time,
start working on a CEA, and we can work on a CEA together with council and this city together.
Yeah, what happens is we have an existing one and we can sit and have discussions on how the city participates.
Because the other reason why I'm mentioning this is so you all passed several instruments. I'm looking at this now, and you passed a resolution that you said you are entering into an agreement with actually, you know, 4 different parties. It was the RDNI, the RDNI Municipal District. And
RDNI,
hang on, the RDNI, the City of New Orleans, the Exhibition Center, the RDNI Subdistrict, the RDNI Municipal District.
Right.
And that's who's all entering into agreements, okay? Now, that was passed. So
it was passed without the city's
No, this was passed, no amendments. Resolution passed, no amendments. Now, the CEA that you all later adopted, that's all red line and takes all the city out. So the initial resolution says there shall be, which you all voted on and passed with no red lines. I don't know if it was a mistake or something because things were moving fast or whatever, but you all passed a red line that says there's actually supposed to be an agreement with all of us. And then there's a further red line of just the CEA that cuts the city out. So there's like conflicting and contradictory documents. And then there's also this piece on like the CEA too, and which is really interesting, that's all like highlighted. And it's like, oh, by the way, all of this was inadvertently taken out, but it's actually in. So I'm also wondering if there were, like, have there been any subsequent meetings to make those corrections to these documents? Because it just all.
Council member, I am part of the sub-districts and I can say that there have not been subsequent meetings to that December 1st meeting. The amended CEA passed with the two sub-districts with the amendments that included the 450 units of affordable housing with various deadlines. I think we worked with your office on some of the red line language that was passed in those two passed by the two sub-districts, the CEA. So certainly in my mind, and I said this to you privately, the city can be part of it and we can work towards that. But we were on a deadline. There seemed to be some trepidation. And frankly, I did not necessarily want the pilot to go forward without bootstrapping on and ensuring that the 450 units were committed to by RD&I, the convention center, and the developers.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad that we can now work toward a city CEA and so that we're not like cut out of the process, because I do definitely have input on some revisions to the CEA. We actually sent those to Mr. Schwartz, I think like maybe like a week after December 1st, something like that. And like I think Mr. Busada was on that email as well, just talking about the specific changes that we were looking into, because we were not told, nor did we realize that we had been like cut out of this process. We just thought we were still working in good faith to move forward with the CEA, because those were the comments that I believe were reflected in that council meeting. So I'm glad that we can still work forward to or move forward with the CEA. And you know, like I said, I think we need to figure out a more transparent way to move all of this forward, so that the public is also more aware of what's happening.
And listen, this is your point of personal privilege. I don't disagree with that. Those two sub-district meetings were publicly noticed. They were open to the public. There was an agenda listed, including the approval of the CEA. So I don't want to put the impression that there was no transparency about the sub-district meetings. Council President, you are now on the sub-districts as well. And so we can continue working with RD&I and the Convention Center as partners to move this development, which is once in a lifetime changing for our city, impactful for our city, and I don't want to lose the forest for the trees, that we need to move forward together with this. And absolutely, the city council should be part of it going forward. I'm happy that you will be on the sub-districts, and I understand, Councilmember Morel, you have some thoughts on moving pilots forward. I'd love to see that language as we go forward.
I know we're all like talking about a personal privilege, and I want to add to that a couple of things. First, I was not at the December 1st meeting. I had a family issue that I had to address, but I want to say for the record, I was not aware the council was being cut out in that process whatsoever. Honestly, until I was at outreach from media partners asking me about it, I had no idea the council had been excised out of the CEA. And this entire process and the speed in which it was done has been jarring. And this has really led, there's been a conversation amongst council members for a very long time, not just with this particular economic development projects, but all economic development projects. There should not be this perpetual race where the public is catching up after we do the project. And there's legislation being drafted right now by my office with input from other council members who put hard requirements in on advertisement processes, because the reality is, if an economic development project is a good project, it can stand the light of day. That's just the reality. And if we lose opportunities because we have to wait to have proper advertisement, to have proper consideration, then so be it. But the challenge we have is that regardless of the merits of this project, the speed and the afterthought and the catching up of this entire process has really soured a lot of people. And it's unfortunate because it means that every other thing done with this project is going to be under intense scrutiny going forward. And that's unfortunate because once you have that moment where people feel like they weren't given information beforehand, whether you're correct or not, they're going to give everything a second and third look. And I'm no longer on the EDD, as was stated, Council President Moreno is now on the EDD, but there has to be a change in how we communicate with each other and the public. Because right now, everyone feels like this went way too fast. And the simple fact that the resolution and the CEA materially don't match, like significantly with amendments don't match up, speaks to the speed of the process. Because if this were done in a more thoughtful and deliberative way, even that would be correct. So, like I said, this is not just this project. In my 2 years here, we have had a lot of projects that have simply moved entirely too fast and without enough transparency. And there will be legislation as soon as the next week or 2 weeks, which are going to change the entire process with how we do financial incentives, whether it be pilots or the otherwise, as well as some significant changes of how we do capital outlay to make sure that everyone knows what's going on, everyone has the opportunity to opine on it, and the public has the opportunity to digest it. I think Broderick, who was here with Together Louisiana and New Orleans, said it best. I mean, people aren't inherently against economic development projects. They just get very nervous when they're done this quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. And then just real quick on the agendas and things like that. I mean, they're not online anywhere. They were, initially like posted as meetings on our council website, but now there's like no record of those meetings even happening online. So it's like, if you're a member of the public, it's hard to.
You're talking about the council meeting?
No, not the council meeting. I'm talking about the sub-district meetings. And it's like, it's like the agendas look scrubbed. There's just a lot of things that I believe need correction, and obviously agreeing with the council vice president that, as we move forward, I think there's certainly room for improvement, and I very much look forward to serving on the sub-district.
Okay, thank you for that. Just two quick comments. First of all, just as you said, y'all know I've done a lot of projects here, and I don't rush them, and I follow the process. And I'm like, give me the rules so that I know how to follow it. I know we've had at least 67 meetings with the public. So it's not like we're trying to hide anything. We followed the procedures that we agreed to in May when the pilot was added to the sub-district, to the economic development district, I'm sorry. Happy to talk about how we communicate going forward, but I really want to stand strong that we weren't trying to sidestep, because that's not who we are. We've had multiple recorded, documented meetings with all parts of the community, and we continue to welcome that. If somebody wants to talk to us, fine to do that. And if there's a procedure to follow, that's what we want to do.
Just to echo that last point, I think one thing that's also important is every step of this project has been very complex in many ways. Even going back to the text amendment, that is something that's very unique to how a development of the scale happens. Usually people try to look at PUDs as an option, but even with PUDs, that only further extends out the deadlines that we would have for some form of development. So we tried to do something new and aggressive in order to figure out how to streamline and improve how the lines of business happen for us as developers and working with the city of New Orleans. So I think it's important to understand that. We understand each piece of this project is going to be unique. And guess what? We know we're going to hit bumps. We know we're going to have hurdles. At the end of the day, all of us are still New Orleanians, and we're doing our part to make sure we work in a best and highest level of transparency with you guys as well as everybody around us. I could give you an anecdote. Me and Mr. Ryan bumped heads a couple weeks ago about the project on something, but I went back and told him something that I was out of line on that piece, and I offered him my apology. Because I have to work with the neighbors. It's too critical to what I do on a daily basis, and it's too critical to the success of the team. So we are actually doing a lot right now to improve how we communicate on projects and how we're gonna be communicating moving forward, working with the council office. And thank you, Councilwoman Harris, for helping to give us some guys and holding me accountable when you think I need to do something a little bit better.
Yeah.
We're here to do that, and I think that's also a part of how we advance.
Appreciate that, Mr. James, and I have the utmost respect for, as you know, you and Ms. Hernandez, and known you all for many years. I think what would be helpful for me, particularly since I'll be serving on the sub-district, is if you could get with Mr. Swensick, who is the attorney for the city council, just so that like I can have kind of the best understanding of how everything works, because you're right, it is complex, and there's and then also to get the best understanding as to like what has happened in these previous meetings. I think that that would be helpful so that I can get all on the same page of where I need to be going.
I'll say this real quick. After our ground break, I always knew this was gonna be full sprint ahead, full speed ahead on this process. And the thing is, so many of us have been heads down doing the work that sometimes communications fall short when everybody's focused on their individual tasks. So that's something we're working to advance and clean up. But Tara, if you wanna.
Happy to offer a full briefing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Council members, we're now going back to page 16. We have ordinance calendar number. Ordinance calendar number 34,504 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a bed and breakfast principal in an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on square 760, a portion of lot 18, lot 19, and lot Part C in the first municipal district bounded by South Carrollton Avenue, Bowden Street, Dehemicourt Street, and South Pierce Street. Municipal addresses 4320 through 4322 South Carrollton Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket 8123, and there is an amendment by Councilmember Jeruso. 1, Section 1, page 2, lines 24 through 25, delete the sentence, the retention of the existing kitchen within a guest room shall be allowed only if it deemed to be permissible by the Department of Safety and Permits. That is the amendment.
Thank you, members. I'm going to use the term of art here. This was a boo-boo by City Planning Commission, so they've asked us to fix it. So I'm just going to move to amend in order to get it right. Can I have a second, please? Second by President Moreno. Six yeas, no nays, and now the ordinance as amended. And thanks to City Planning for pointing this out and helping us correct. Ordinance as amended, I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We're on page 26. Ordinance calendar number 34,497 has been deferred to January 18th. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,505 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to rename 11 blocks of Kenilworth Street on the south side of Interstate 610 between the unnamed alley located between Canal Boulevard and Vicksburg Street on the west and Orleans Avenue on the east as Firefighter Way, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Members, this is where the firefighter union is. We were going to rename only part of a paper street, but DPW asked us instead to do the street Kenilworth so there isn't confusion on either side of the interstate. So we're complying with their request. So I'll move for approval. Councilmember Harris, there we go. Move for approval. Green, seconds. Five yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Councilmember Jeruso. That wasn't so much conversation, but I just wanted tell you to tell the firefighters we appreciate their work.
I will do so.
They do a lot more than the public knows. They don't just put out fires. They respond to emergencies in other capacities. And those members who have served are proud of that facility that's now going to be located on Firefighters Way. But their work goes much beyond what the public knows, and just tell them that we appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you very much.
We're now on top of page 27. We have ordinance calendar number 34,506 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 114-409 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, Louisiana, to adjust to two of the administrative requirements imposed by the new collective bargaining article in chapter 114 of the code to ensure that exclusive bargaining agents will be accurately informed of new covered employees hired by city bargaining units and be able to present to newly hired covered employees without overburdening the city employees who are engaging in hiring and onboarding new employees, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This has to do with the right to organize ordinance that we had a while back. We are now moving forward with different administrative requirements. So this calls for one, exclusive bargaining agents that they need to be notified of new hires, and two, it allows for exclusive bargaining agents to schedule introductory presentations as needed to newly covered bargaining unit employees. So that's all that this does. I'll make a motion to adopt if there's no public comment. Seeing none. Seconded by Council Vice President Morrell. 5 yeas, no nays. Six yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,507 has been deferred to February 1st and referred to Governmental Affairs Committee. On top of page 28, all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,508 has been deferred to February 1st and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,509 has been deferred to February 1st and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. On page 29, at the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,513 by Council Members Green and Jeruso by request. An ordinance to amend and amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to Mosquito Control Board to purchase a warehouse located at 5700 Hayne Boulevard to use for office space and to store pesticides, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I have a couple of comments because I've been asked by the public already. So I just want to clarify for the public, and I join with Councilman Jeruso, the site is zoned light industrial. It will be used to store restricted pesticides as well as spray trucks, mosquitoes, and rodent traps and other equipment and supplies. It's important to recognize that the city is concerned about its residents, and that's why it's being moved to this particular area. We want to minimize exposure on city streets. So the close proximity of the warehouse is key. Equipment, tug, forklifts are moved to and from the hangar and warehouse facility at all times. It's a good location because of operational efficiency. The most important thing, if people want to know why it's there, is because it's away from the public and it's in a good location in that respect. So Councilman Jeruso, if you don't have any additional comments, I'll move for approval of 34,513. It's been properly moved and seconded by Councilman Jeruso. Members, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays, measure passes. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 30. We have ordinance calendar number 34,514 by Council Members Green and Jeruso. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to Mosquito Control Board to purchase a warehouse located at 5700 Hayne Boulevard to use for office space and to store pesticides, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Members of the public and council, this is simply the ordinance that approves the expenditure of the purchase, makes available the funds. I'll move for approval. Councilman DeRusso seconds. Members, please vote your machines. We have 4. Councilman Moreno, would you join us on this one? We have 6 yeas, no nays on 34-514. So we'll be moving forward with the purchase of a building that is safe. It's in a safe location relative to the storage of pesticides. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,515 has been deferred to January 18th and referred to the Budget Committee. Council members, we now have to go back to page 17. Ordinance calendar number 34,518 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a standard restaurant in an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district and the Magazine Street Use Restriction Overlay District located on Square 216, lots 21 and 22 in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Toledano Street, Magazine Street, Constant Street, and Louisiana Avenue. Municipal address is 1042 Toledano Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket 8323. And on page 32 is the amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,518 by Councilmember Harris.
Madam Clerk, you don't need to read that. This amendment simply adds provisos requested by nearby neighbors to the conditional use that we approved to allow Junk Shore Coffee to operate as a standard restaurant and serve alcohol. Are there any online or public comments? Hearing none, I will move the amendment. Seconded by Councilmember DeRusso. 6 yeas, and now I will move the amended.
The ordinance as amended.
The ordinance as amended. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seconded by Councilmember DeRusso. Need some more votes. One more? Thank you.
We're now going to go to page 33. At the bottom of the page, motion line over M23-451 has been withdrawn. On top of page 34, at the bottom of the page, we have motion M24-2 by Councilmember Harris, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amending and reordaining ordinance number 4,264 MCS, amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to change section 20.3.SS dwelling, small multifamily affordable, to allow small multifamily affordable developments to be either a single structure of no more than 4 dwelling units or 2 detached structures totally no more than 4 dwelling units, to amend section 20.3.SSS to modify the bulk and yard requirements accordingly, and to amend Article 26 to ensure the definition of dwelling, small multifamily affordable, is consistent with the foregoing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would ask CPC to hold a hearing to adjust a requirement for small multifamily developments that has created a roadblock for many who are trying to create affordable housing. The current guidelines will not allow multiple structures on one lot where size allows. But if a developer can build a 2-unit structure rather than 1 fourplex, they can avoid some requirements of commercial buildings that make developments untenable. This motion just simply asks CPC to review the issue and so hold a hearing to make recommendations to us after a hearing. I have several public comments, including MEB, formerly known as Michael Eric Burnside, followed by Christopher E. Johnson.
Yes, MEB. I wanted to say thank you. I have a little thing that says speak and the word yes. I don't usually say thank you, but Councilman Green is training me slowly and difficultly into being a slightly more presentable human being. And I do mean thank you. I think that affordable housing should be all over the city, not just located in certain specific spots. I think it should be scattered, and I think it should be something people want rather than something people are forced into.
I will take this moment to make a request of my council person, to which not only does she have the power to say no, but she has probably the perfectly legitimate social and correct political reasons to say no, but I will ask her for a point of her personal privilege, not now, but at the very end before we do the first readings. And if she does not wish to grant it to me, I will not take it as a hard knock. But there are a couple of things I think that I would benefit from being allowed to say. Thank you.
I'm happy to grant you that point of personal privilege at the end. Christopher E. Johnson, followed by Monique Blossom.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Christopher E. Johnson. I come on behalf of AIA New Orleans. The American Institute of New Architects, the New Orleans chapter, represents over 170 architecture firms and over 500 professional members who practice and reside in every council district in Orleans Parish. We have long supported efforts to increase the quality, quantity, and diversity of housing stock in New Orleans. As this motion appears to support all of these goals, AIA New Orleans is glad to support this motion. We would like to applaud Councilmember Harris for her leadership crafting this motion. We would also like to thank the time that Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Giarrusso, Councilmember Green have taken to explain how important it is that housing quality and options are for their districts. We believe this motion will support your goals as well. And to all the council, thank you for the time and effort you have made to improve and increase housing options throughout New Orleans.
Thank you. Monique Blossom, followed by Charles Nicholson.
Good afternoon, Monique Blossom, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras Street. Louisiana Fair Housing supports this simple text amendment even before we go to CPC because it's another smart, simple, but meaningful adjustment to the CZO, welcome back from the holidays, who has their acronyms, right? To create for the creation of affordable housing in New Orleans, because we all know that we desperately need it. So we will be watching and supporting this throughout the process. And thank you to Councilmember Harris and the city staff for their work on this thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Nicholson, followed by Chris Dunn.
Good afternoon. Charles Nicholson speaking for the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance, 4640 South Carrollton Avenue. GNOHA is in support for CPC to conduct this hearing to the text amendment change to the CZO in order to increase affordable housing development opportunities that will help address the ongoing affordable housing crisis in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Dunn, followed by David Dempsey.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Chris Dunn with the Architecture Office of Workshop WD 40 at 701 Poydras Street. I just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Harris for proposing this consideration. I also want to say thank you to Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Green, and Councilmember Giarrusso for making it clear that you also support improving the livability and affordability of housing in your districts. Supporting the development of more small multifamily housing units is a low to no cost incentive for the city for developers to pursue. This ordinance would also provide for more affordable housing types for residents in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. David Dempsey, followed by Jessica Walker.
David Dempsey with the architecture firm WD 40, 1913 Esplanade. I also support this study. The city is definitely in need of more affordable housing options, and this would also support the residential community for architects and contractors. I want to thank Councilmember Harris and the rest of the city council for taking this up. It's very important.
Thank you. Jessica Walker and then Zachary Smith.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Jessica Walker with Workshop WD 40 at 701 Poydras Street. I'm an architect and a developer. And I want to say thank you so much, Councilmember Harris, for introducing this study. Since the small multifamily affordable housing section was introduced to the CZO 2 years ago, we've actually been studying it really hard and trying to make it happen. And you have really hit on what the problem has been. I think only 3 have actually been taken advantage of in the city. So we're really excited to see this. If we can make this really tiny tweak, we're ready to go build as many of these as we possibly can. So thank you to you and thank you to all the city council members. I think everyone will be in support of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Zachary Smith? Oh, Zachary. Everybody's going by pseudonyms today.
Definitely somebody else. Good afternoon, Council. Zach Smith, 1000 South Norman C. Francis, on behalf of myself and my company. This is a ordinance to help make affordable housing more affordable. Many times, there's a lot of desire to do great things, but sometimes legislation that comes out of this room can be more of a carrot, can be more of a stick rather than a carrot. And this is a common sense, cost the government nothing to tweak some rules to make it more available for builders, developers, homeowners to make their properties more affordable. And the great thing with the folks that have helped craft this, the Kelly Butlers of the world, the city planners of the world, your staff of the world, is making sure that it doesn't abandon that affordable piece. Because there are some other cities out there that are doing things where they're just adding density sometimes without making sure that affordable is protected. We're taking something where we are one of the best in the country at looking at how to protect affordable, and we're making it a little bit more option, a little bit more range. And so I applaud you. You're seeing the AIA come out and support. You're seeing other architecture firms. These are things that we've been working on for a while. The last 3 speakers, we've actually been working on our own ordinance that essentially mirrors this to the letter. And we were very excited to hear this was finally dropping. So thank you, council. I think this is a great thing. It's going to allow people just one more option to build, and it's certainly going to make the properties more affordable.
Thank you, Zachary Smith. Any online comments? We have one online comment. This is from Paul Irons, representing New Orleans Restoration Properties. Mr. Irons says, I am writing to express my strong support for the proposed text amendment regarding small multifamily affordable development in New Orleans. The amendment, which allows for the construction of 2 structures with up to 4 units in total on a single lot in designated districts, represents a significant step forward in addressing the city's affordable housing needs. This initiative not only maintains the existing density regulations, but also introduces a more cost-effective approach for developers by avoiding the expensive requirement of sprinkler systems in buildings with more than 2 units. The proposed amendment aligns perfectly with our city's commitment to developing affordable housing options while ensuring that life safety measures like setback and yard requirements and firewall separation are adequately met. This change is not just a regulatory adjustment, it's a pragmatic solution that enables developers to optimize land use and contribute to the city's affordable housing stock effectively. As a stakeholder in the New Orleans community and a professional in the field of property restoration and development, I understand the importance of such amendments in making affordable housing more accessible and feasible. The flexibility offered by this amendment can open up new opportunities for developers to initiate while adhering to safety and quality standards. I urge the council to approve this amendment as it offers a balanced approach to housing development, one that respects the needs of the community, the constraints of developers, and the overarching goal of building a more inclusive city. Thank you for considering my viewpoint on this important matter. I'm hopeful that with your support, this amendment will mark a positive change in our approach to housing development in New Orleans. That's it for the online comment. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move it. I think it was seconded by Councilmember Jerusa. All in favor? 6 yeas. Thank you.
We're now going to go to page 37. We have motion M24-7 has been deferred to January 18th and referred to the Public Works Committee. Motion M24-8 has been deferred to January 18th and referred to the Public Works Committee. On top of page 38, motion M24-9 has been deferred to January 18th and referred to the Public Works Committee. At the bottom of the page, we have motion M24-10 by Councilmember King by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the amendment number 8 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Convention Company, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign amendment number 8 to the contract between the city of New Orleans and New Orleans Convention Company, Inc., Exhibit A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 29, we have ordinance calendar motion M2411 has been deferred to February 1st and referred to the Utility Committee. We have motion M2412 by Councilmember King, ratifying, confirming, and approving the mayor's appointment of Jason Blake Richards, Vice Matthew Rufo, as a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustments, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term ending on June 30th, 2025. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
All right. Councilmember Green moved to suspend. Second. Six yeas, motion suspended, rules
We
suspended.
need to further suspend the rules to add it.
A motion, I make the motion to adopt, second by Councilmember
No,
Morrell.
still suspending, council member.
This is, okay. Six yeas.
And now we can adopt.
I make a motion to adopt, second by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted.
Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Madam Clerk, may I have a point of personal privilege to Michael Eric Burnside?
Greetings to 6 public servants instead of 6 public masters. When I was 40 years old, I had a mystical experience involving a living God, and a living God had an interesting thing. He had a want. Never ever thought a God would have a want. He wants humans to grow. And as humans grow, God is glorified. All praise the Lord. We had here today an opportunity to grow, and we did not, as a group, use it well. We had a group of people from Palestine here, motivated to be in this room for reasons that perhaps we agree or disagree with, but they were amateurs and did not really know how to use the system. We could have had them grow. We had a developer here. A developer that I do believe lied in public, whether he did or not, it's a separate issue, but I do believe that. He had a chance to grow as well. Certainly the public servants had a chance to grow, and I did as well. And basically we squandered it all. Truth is a beautiful and precious thing. You could have people here seated who come from City Planning Commission, or they come from other places, and they have very thick documents and they have maps, and they explain what's going to happen to a house that we may want to demolish or may not want to demolish. And there are pictures, and we can see and we can understand and we can agree or disagree, but we know. Much of what has happened so far with our river district is not known to many people. It has not been presented because it hasn't gone through the City Planning Commission. It hasn't gone through various bodies that exist like NORA that have big staffs and sophisticated understanding of reality. It came through a division whose budget was loaded with words, and the River District was in there exactly once, and the pilot was not in there at all. The Act 212 that I read didn't come with a map, came with a bunch of words, but I mapped it out. It turns out the River District isn't only upriver from the convention center, it's downriver as well. How many of you know that the parking lot that we know is the Blue Whale parking lot's part of the River District? There are other things there. 5 privately owned parcels are now state land and don't have to pay property tax to this city. There are details upon details that a lawyer can love because a lawyer reads and a lawyer cares and a lawyer is paid money to examine in details. But most of us are not lawyers and we do not understand, and we could use help in learning and in growing and understanding what is happening. Even if we do not agree with it, we may come to peace with it. But to leave us in the dark is to stunt us and shrink us, and make us less children of God.
Thank you. All right, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules to take us to first reads. I got it by Councilmember Morrell. Six yeas, no nays, and we're on first reads.
Ordinance on first readings, ordinance calendar 34,519 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend Xavier University institutional master plan to permit an increase in the floor area and a waiver of the height limit for a new dormitory located on square 699 lot Z2 in the first municipal district bounded by Drexel Drive, Dixon Street, South Clark Street, and South Genesis Street. Municipal address 4701 Drexel Drive, 4700 Dixon Street, 953 South Clark Street, and 960 South Genesis Street, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket 7223. Ordinance calendar number 34,520 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a new cooperative endeavor agreement with Lakeview Crime Prevention District to aid in the crime prevention and to add to the security of district residents by providing for an increase in the presence of law enforcement personnel in the LCPD as more fully detailed in the CA form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,521 by Councilmember Jeruso, an ordinance to affect the zoning change from an HUMU historic urban neighborhood misuse district to an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district and a conditional use to permit a fast food restaurant with drive-through facilities in the recession of the ordinance number 27,519 MCS zoning docket 04717 on square 495, lot 1 in the 7 municipal district bounded by South Carrollton Avenue, Oleander Street, Forshey Street, and Dublin Street. Municipal address 3200 South Carrollton Avenue, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket 7423. Ordinance calendar 34,522 by Councilmember Thomas, and an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a child care center lodge in an SRD suburban two-family residential district on square 17, lots 10-8 and 7-8 in the 3rd municipal district bounded by Dale Street, America Street, Drew Avenue, and Princess Avenue. Municipal address 4629 Dale Street, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket 7523. Ordinance calendar 34,523 by Councilmember Green, an ordinance to affect the zoning change from an SRD suburban two-family residential district to an SB2 suburban pedestrian or oriented corridor business district on square 1692, lot 1 in 3rd municipal district, bounded by Piety Street, Industrial Street, Agriculture Street, and Desire Parkway. Municipal address 2801 through 2803 Piety Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket 7623. Ordinance calendar 34,524 by Councilmember Thomas, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a child care center lodge over 5,000 square feet in floor area in an SB1 suburban business district on Lot X, Section 24, La Pratt Track in the 3rd municipal district, bounded by Morrison Road, Flossmoor Drive, Reed Boulevard, and Resgate Road. Municipal address 10100 Morrison Road, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket 7823. Ordinance calendar 34,525 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to amend and reordain Article 21 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, Ordinance number 4264, MCS as amended by Ordinance number 26413, MCS and subsequent amendments to impose a temporary prohibition against the effectiveness and enforcement of Section 21.8.C.1611 I2, 21.8.C 1611 II, and 21.8.C.1615 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance zoning docket 8023.
Ordinance calendar 34-526 by Councilmember Harris, an ordinance to affect the zoning change from an HU RD two historic urban two-family residential district to an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district in a conditional use to permit a parking lot on square 459, lot 19 and 20, or lot A, lots 18, 17, 16, 15, C, 14, and square 460, lot X in a 7 municipal district bounded by Lower Line Street, Burdette Street, Calapissa Street, Fig Street, and Pine Street. Municipal addresses 3,000 through 3,026 Lower Line Street, 7716 through 7718 Calapissa Street, and 3,000 Pine Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket 8423. Ordinance calendar number 34,527 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Family Center of Hope, Inc. relative to the operation of Evening Reporting Center, which serves as an alternate to detention for youth involved in the juvenile justice system, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 2 years as more fully set forth in amendment number 2, form attached hereto as exhibit 1 and made part hereof, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,528 by Councilmember Morrell, and ordinance to amend and reordain section 34-28 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to the regulation of throws during the carnival season and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,529 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Gallia Hall located at 545 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the investor of Judge Diane Alexander event on Thursday, January 18, 2024, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,530 by Council Members Moreno and Morrell, an ordinance to amend the enabling legislation of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund, ordinance number 14-118 MCS as amended by ordinance number 28-341 MCS to impose a local participation goal for events funded by the corporation and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,531 by Councilmember Thomas by request, an ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Orleans Parish District Court relative to the operation of pretrial service program, which helps the court make constitutionally sound release decisions while protecting victims, witnesses, in the community from threat, danger, or interference, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 2 years as more fully set forth in amendment number 2, form attached hereto as exhibit 1 and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,532 by Councilmember Green, an ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Desire, Florida, multi-service center located at 3250 Industrial Street, New Orleans, Industry Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70112, in conjunction with Mount Kingdom Missionary Baptist Church on January 13, 2024, at 10 a.m. through 1 p.m. to specify the durations and boundaries of said waiver and otherwise to provide respect thereto. That concludes ordinance on first reading.
Those are all the ordinances on first reading.
All right, Councilmember Green. Councilmember Green makes a motion to adjourn, and it's been seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays, we're adjourned.